be, keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, the rest of my days.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy vPro tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our vPro token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives vPro holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
just a spy and carry loose. You're just a spy and carry rumors. You're just a lie and call my name. You carry rumors. You're just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watch it. Every step I take, watch it. Every word I say, I think your spies are watching me. Every move I make.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. Riff Lumino enables two-way payment channels, with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way. Lumino is the cornerstone of Riff payments and is developing seamless interaction between cross-blockchain, off-chain networks. With Lumino Lite Client, Bitcoin DeFi has arrived for everyone who has a mobile device, offering a solution that no longer requires you to run your own node to access services or trust another node to make off-chain payments for you. Lumino Lite Client is here to serve the unbanked, which account for over 1.5 billion adults globally. With the use of stablecoins deployed on RSK, such as Riff Dollar on-chain, the unbanked can enjoy making everyday transactions with crypto, while benefiting from the stability of fiat currency. Developers can integrate Lumino Lite Client into any web or mobile app they are building. The Lumino network has created the tools needed to make cryptocurrency and banking accessible to everyone. To learn more about Riff Lumino and how to join the network, visit riffos.org.
Hoy en Latinoamérica el futuro es incierto, pero donde otros ven incertidumbre, nosotros vemos oportunidades. Oportunidades infinitas, pero que solo existen si hay alguien para tomarlas. Hoy las comunidades cripto de Latinoamérica están listas para dar el siguiente paso. Hoy nace Mexo. Llegamos para cambiar las reglas del juego en Latinoamérica. Con Mexo puedes comprar, vender y tradear activos digitales como un pro. Tenemos el kit de herramientas más completo del mercado para llevar tu forma de tradear al siguiente nivel. Realiza spot trading, contract trading y aprovecha los beneficios de nuestro P2P Marketplace desde tu laptop o celular. También puedes expandir tus conocimientos en Mexo Academy. En nuestra plataforma puedes operar con altos volúmenes de transacción y una amplia gama de criptomonedas para tradear con una profundidad de mercado global nunca antes vista en Latinoamérica. Estándares de seguridad de clase mundial, transacciones sin preocupaciones. Mexo es una plataforma centrada en ti y en tu forma de crecer. Estamos aquí 24 horas al día, los 365 días al año. Toma el control de tus oportunidades. Es una nueva era. No hay límites. Mexo está aquí para llevarte a un mejor futuro. Con Mexo, el futuro está en tus manos.
Stratum Blue is one of the most successful products created by Stratum, a global company leader in cryptocurrency financial services. Based in Hong Kong, Stratum was created in 2013 as CoinBR, quickly becoming one of the largest cryptocurrency services companies in Latin America. Nowadays, Stratum offers crypto financial services in Latin America and South Africa, while expanding to European and Asian markets. Stratum Blue is a digital token that represents a basket of 14 cryptocurrencies. It is the most simple and effective way to purchase different cryptocurrencies at once using smart diversification. Blue components are the most valued cryptocurrencies in the market, representing over 80% of the entire cryptocurrency market value. So if you believe cryptocurrencies as a whole is a great investment for the future, then Blue is an excellent token to have. Currently, the Blue basket is composed of 50% Bitcoin and 50% other cryptos, also known as altcoins. The advantage of buying Blue is that you do not need to hold several cryptocurrencies, and you do not have to worry about selecting or exchanging these cryptocurrencies and their percentages in the basket. We do that work for you. We invite you to visit our website at stratumblue.hk, in which you may find our white paper, fact sheet, FAQ, plus other relevant information. Our site is very transparent, listing all of our basket components, past gains, real-time price, and our fees and minimums. You may always contact us at sales@stratumblue.hk and via our social media. Registration is very simple and easy. All you need is an email address and to create a strong password. We value your privacy and your security. Our platform counts with two-factor authentication and an individual review of every token redemption. Blue has a very simple and straightforward user interface in which you may check your balance and its value on different currencies, check Blue's real-time price, review Blue's price history, create a purchase, review each crypto component of the basket, check on your transactions, and review our charity efforts, which we donate from our fees. Using our services page, you may also transfer your tokens or exchange them for Bitcoin after 60 days. There is also an area to keep track of your referrals. You get paid for referring to Blue, and your referrals get a bonus, so tell your friends. Insights show current details about the cryptocurrency basket. In this page, you will also find a quarterly report containing market commentary, Blue performance, funds management, and predictive analysis. Thank you for watching.
Posting a video of a pet using a laptop works. Aw, isn't that cute? If the pet is a badger, it works even better. But if that badger holds B-Pro, it works like crazy. Because with mock liquidity mining, you get mocks every day, which allows you to govern the protocol and add value to Bitcoin. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
Somos ArgenBTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please reach out and tell us more about your idea.
keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, call your name. rest of my day, the rest of my day, the rest of my day, the rest of my day.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on Chain harnesses this unrealized.
And we are just 20 minutes for starting the new day, day number 3 at LABITCONF, as you see here. Yes, we've been having 2 tremendous days. We had a lot of feedback, of positive feedback of what we've been doing about the 3D videos. I hope you had the chance to see yesterday's videos about Max Stacy and Max and Stacy. Yes, it was very fun. It was actually hilarious to see them acting and doing these 3D avatars. So I hope you had nice moment watching them. And now today we're having a different day. We're having more technical day. Yes, we're going deep into Bitcoin. We're going deep into second layers. We're going deep into different aspects. But before that, we will have a small interview. Yes, with Ray. Ray Sani, who was the founder of Uno Coin. Yes, Uno Coin in India, which was then, they were then closed by the government and by the central banks. Yes, they had to go into court against them, and we will discuss how they won this court case in India. Yes, then we will have Tax Drija, something like that, the name, who will be talking about discrete lock contracts. Yes, it's like smart contracts on Bitcoin. I think it's a topic very, very interesting to go into and to also explore how Bitcoin on the same layer of Bitcoin can go into some of the smart contracts. Yes, together with RGB also, but we won't be discussing RGB. And we will have also a talk about second layers with the guys of with Adam Back, not the guys, no? Adam Back, Olalua from Lightning, and Sergio Lerner from RSK, both of 3 second layers on Bitcoin, plus Jordi Balina will having a second layer discussions on top of Ethereum, yes? And that's it. Bueno, just this brief interruption. I hope to see you in exactly 18, 17 minutes here in the same channel. If you're watching us through Bitcoin Magazine, welcome. You can always go into labitconf.com also and watch this track and also the Spanish track if you happen to speak Spanish. Plus, if you go into labitconf.com, you will be able also to check the booth and participate on Saturday, 8 o'clock p.m. Argentinian time, which is GMT GMT -3, yes, you will be able to participate in the moon party. It's not a moon party, but it's a party on the moon with a VR helmet or your PC. So, see you back in just a few minutes.
Somos Argen BTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
Team of ninja experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please, reach out and tell us more about your idea.
picking up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name. For the rest of my days, your name. For the rest of my days, call your name. For the rest of my days.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on Chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy BPRO tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our BPRO token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives BPRO holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners by Bitcoiners because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
just a lie and call my name. You carry rumors, you just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watch it. Every step I take, watch it. Every word I say, I think your spies are watching me. Every move I make.
Welcome again to our day number 3 of LABITCONF. Thank you for joining us all these past 2 days, plus today. I hope you've been watching us through our website, labitconf.com. If you're watching us through Bitcoin Magazine, they are doing a tremendous job, yes, sharing all our content in their Twitter, in their website, in their Zoom, in their, well, in whatever way they are doing it. But thank you, Chris, for all that you are doing for us also. And please take into account that they are hosting Bitcoin 21, yes, the most BitConfer event out there. So please also check their site, bitcoin21.com, I guess, and have a look at what they are doing. Now, today, what we're having, right now, after me, we're having an interview to Sunny Ray about how he fought against central bank to reopen Uno Coin in India. Then we will have some talks about discrete log contracts, yes, how we can do some smart contracting, yes, some coding on top of Bitcoin. And we will have some discussions of second layer. For example, we will be discussing with Adam Back. We will be discussing with the guys of Lightning Network, Olalua. We will have Sergio Lerner from RSK. Both the 3 are top layers, second layers on top of Bitcoin, plus Jordi Balina, who will be discussing the second layer on Ethereum. And talking about Ethereum, do not forget that tomorrow we're having Vitalik Buterin, yes, the real and the only one, Vitalik Buterin. He will be talking about Ethereum 2, about the launch they did just a few days ago, yes, about scaling, plus he will be doing an interview with Andreas Antonopoulos, yes. So I think this is extreme, superb. The only issue here is that if you're watching this through Bitcoin Magazine, you won't be able to see those 2 talks. You will need to go into our site. You will need to go into labitconf.com, register there. It's just doing 2 steps. And you will be able to see the panel live, yes, through our website. Also, once you're there, you take the time to go and visit the booth, yes, of all our sponsors that help us to put this on. As you know, or you might not know, this is a non-for-profit conference. It's been running since 2013, fully non-for-profit. We do all of this just for love. And what we have is not sponsored, but supporters. So let's support them also in what they're doing, helping us to drive attention to Latin America. Then, remember that on Saturday we are having also a party, a moon party. Actually, a party here, yes? You need to do it the other way around. So we are having a party here. You will be able to put your helmet, your VR helmet, and go straight to the moon and party there, dancing and solving a scavenger hunt. If you want, if you have the time, solving a scavenger hunt for $1,000. So I'm closing here. I invite you to stay the whole day, actually only 3 hours, until the last video. We will have a new 3D render video of Jameson Lopp talking about the basics of Bitcoin 101 for noobs. So let's go straight to the interview we're doing to Sunny Ray. Bienvenido, Sunny Ray, a la BitConf. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien.
Very good. You had your Spanish somewhere.
Sí, sí, sí.
How are you doing?
I'm well, my friend. How are you, Rodolfo?
Very well, very well. You didn't expect this. Tell me, Sunny, please, why don't we take the first minutes to introduce yourself, please?
Sure, I'd love to. So my name is Sunny Ray. I am one of the co-founders of a company called Uno Coin. We're essentially India's first Bitcoin platform. We launched back in December 2013. We have, 1.5 million, almost 2 million users. Our backers are guys like Barry Silbert and Tim Draper. And so today I was going to come on and share a bit about our story and some of the challenges that we've faced over the years. So maybe I'll start with, my background, I guess. Would that be a good place to start? So real quick, Rodolfo, I grew up in Canada. I'm born and raised here. I studied electrical engineering. One of my kind of themes, I guess, throughout my life has been this question around what is money. That's been something that's been gnawing at me for some time. And I ended up actually becoming kind of a financial advisor. I started my own brokerage and went down that path for several years. And at the end of that path, I felt more confused about money than I did at the beginning of it. It led me down to eventually realize that I wasn't going to get my answer. And I left. I spent almost 8 years in robotics. I helped outfit a lot of the major robotics labs in the world, travel the world. And then finally in 2011, I moved out to India and around that time discovered Bitcoin. You said you're going to be having Vitalik and I think Anthony Diorio, some of these guys on as well on this conference. So
he has been already.
Anthony's been. Oh, I missed it. Okay, so I got to check that one out. This is all going to be available afterwards, I take it, right, on the website?
Yes.
So I'm going to check it out. Anthony's, I'm a big, fan of his. I've been following, his work and kind of the community development that he's been doing for Bitcoin and eventually Ethereum and all of the stuff he's done in the Toronto area. And so when I was living in India, Rodolfo, I saw what Anthony was doing and really felt like I was missing out. And so decided that I would start doing my own meetups and events in Bangalore. So it was him that inspired me back in 2012. And then through those meetups, after maybe a year or so of doing those meetups, they got, fairly sizable. We would do them at really fancy hotels. And through that, I met my other co-founders, Satvik, Harish, and Abhi. And we were like a bit of a match made in heaven. All of us were very passionate about Bitcoin, coming at it through a slightly different backstory, but really felt like that there was some big opportunity here. We tried many different things, conferences, mining. We tried many different things and finally eventually iterated and landed on, hey, by the way, Rodolfo, is my voice coming through on this okay?
Perfectly.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Beautiful. And so, so we ended up launching, hey, sorry, Rodolfo. So I was going to say is that a little bit of a backstory that some people don't know is that my wife is actually from Latin America. She's from Colombia. And so a lot of people wonder like why is, a leading platform in India called Uno Coin. The reason is because, I was learning Spanish. I still am learning Spanish. And we thought Bitcoin was kind of like the one. It was like the one,
You know that I remember when Uno Coin started, yes? And I remember thinking this what you're saying right now. How come Uno Coin, yes, is being launched in India? And I even remembering sending some email to your team to join LABITCONF and to talk. But back then, yes, 2013, 2014. So I remember really Uno Coin. When we get connected, I said, oh, this is the guy from Uno Coin.
Yeah. And the funny thing is a lot of people think it's a coin or something. It's not. It's actually like a Bitcoin platform. It's a brokerage. It's where people come and buy and sell Bitcoin. And so anyway, so we started it back in December 2013 at a conference we did called the Global Bitcoin Conference at the Sheraton Hotel in Bangalore. And, and the reason I mention this is because not only did we launch our company then, we had also invited people from the central bank and other, regulators, entrepreneurs, community members, media. We invited everyone to this event. And the reason I bring that up is that, you know, Rodolfo, like, I mean, I like the title of this because, you know, fighting the central bank sounds, you know, sexy. But I mean, quite frankly, our thinking has never been to fight them. It's more just that we think that Bitcoin is inevitable. We think it's inevitable. And we think that as people who are looking after the money and who are regulating and law enforcement, these people, whether we believe in governments and all that, that's a different story, but they exist. Like, we live in a world where there is law enforcement, there are laws, there are regulators. And so for us, we always saw it as, like, you know, education, if anything, like, and not just for regulators, but for everyone, We had teachers, we had professors, we had entrepreneurs, engineers, students, everybody come to our meetups. And we just thought it was our duty to kind of educate them. But, you know, 2 weeks or maybe a week after we launched, we had 30 people from the tax department show up at our front door. We had 4 employees and 30 people from the tax department come in, essentially visit us. And so, you know, and then also the central bank, the RBI, issued a notice on their website back in 2014 saying that, look, we have concerns around Bitcoin, around cryptocurrency, and, you know, we want to make the world known about that. And now I'm going to fast forward a bit because, you know, there's still a lot to cover, but, you know, that notice that came out really kind of resurfaced several times throughout the years. They kind of reworded a bit, put it on their website several times. And then finally, about two and a half years ago, the central bank finally issued a notice on their website saying that they wanted to essentially not give banking services to the Bitcoin companies like ours. And that
this
was...
is a story that it's regular in several places. No? It's like several of the countries I know have received this kind of notices. So I think that this story could be relevant to all the other countries. No, yes.
Yeah. I mean, the most of the stories I've heard, Rodolfo, are usually related to the banks themselves. In our case, it was the central bank, the Reserve Bank of India, that was, and maybe there are others that have also been facing, you know, kind of a similar challenge, but most of the stories I've heard are usually in relation to banks. In India, our banks were actually very fine with us. They love us even to this day because they make a lot of money by working with us. It's actually the central bank, which I think is even more relevant in some ways because that is what I think Satoshi and Bitcoin was envisioning to do, is to essentially show us a way forward in terms of how to, you know, not have middlemen in transactions and whatnot. Anyways, so we, you know, as a group of entrepreneurs and whatnot, we thought this was, you know, not fair, to put it simply, and unconstitutional, to put it more, you know, in legal terms. And we challenged that. And when I say we, it wasn't just UnoCoin. It was also, you know, the entire community at large. It was all many other companies rather. And and it was all of us. We stood up and we took a stand, and we decided that we were going to challenge them in court. Initially, it started in the High Court, then it got elevated to the Supreme Court. And it was a long, very challenging, arduous process. You know, I can share a lot about it, but, you know, I know we have limited time. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, Rodolfo.
No. So it was you taking them to court. I thought that they took you to court. No, it was
they decided to remove they decided to remove our banking from us, and we were the ones who challenged that notice in the Supreme Court. And like I said, it was you know, the long and the short of it is you know, if someone needs to leave right now, is we ended up earlier this year winning that court case. All 3 judges ruled in favor of you know, of our side, and the day after, our banking services were pretty much back online, and now we're servicing our 1.5 million users again, and it's great. But I wanted to, if it's okay with you, Rodolfo, share a bit about that court case itself, because I think it's instructive, and it's you know, it might be a little bit more useful, even though it might be a little boring. Okay, so the first thing is we thought we were very impressed by the way the Supreme Court did an international benchmark. They didn't just make the decisions based on what they knew and what was happening in India. They looked internationally at Mexico, Liechtenstein, you know, FATF regulatory, you know, guidances. Like they looked all over the world, and they did it very comprehensively. And that was, I think, very commendable. And we think that helped, right? The second kind of noteworthy point, Rodolfo, was that the judges made was that there was essentially, the ring fencing that they did, and that's what they called it. They ring fenced, like Bitcoin companies from the banking network. The ring fencing that they did, they were not able to show that Bitcoin was actually doing harm to people. They were not able to prove that in court, and they didn't have enough empirical evidence to show that we were actually doing harm, and also oh, sorry, what was that?
When you mean harm, yes, did they raise or was in their allegations raising issues about AML eventually? I mean, because it's not harm, but
which we do.
How do you?
Which we do from December 2013. Like, so for us, it wasn't even about regulatory. We wanted to prevent things like fraud. We wanted to work with people that that were people, right? Not just who knows. And so for us, we've been doing KYC from the beginning, and so we've even shown as an industry that we're trying to mitigate the potential risks so that we can work with banks, so that we can work with law enforcement.
Self-regulating yourself, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, right? Self-regulating, exactly. And so they weren't able to show that, that we were like going out of our way to try and do harm. We were actually trying to do something good. We were trying to protect ourselves and our customers from the downside. But, a couple of, I think, takeaways were that the central bank also did not consider alternatives. So if you look at when they were studying internationally, the EU, for example, they deemed that banning Bitcoin was not the way forward, in the sense that it would be far more costly, far less effective to ban Bitcoin. That it's in their favor to actually regulate it. And so that was something that the courts looked at as well, is that that they didn't even consider other options. They just went to this knee-jerk reaction. A couple of other things is they did run like a bit of a four-prong test to look at the proportionality of this bank ban and to kind of evaluate how proportional it was. And and for the first time, we also saw public disclosure of the committee. There was a committee formed by the Indian government in 2019, and their findings were never made public. It was only because of this court case that their findings were made public. And the finding that was made public is that Indian committee, their recommendation, after analyzing it from every direction, was to regulate and not ban Bitcoin, was to allow it to survive and thrive, and not to, try and choke it out of existence, which is what, we anyways got the sense that they were trying to do.
Which is usually the kind of note of news that you get from outside, from India. Like, it's like in the middle between willing to support it or not. But now that you're saying, it's like internally it's a positive approach. I mean, a positive approach towards.
Right now the situation is good. Yeah, in India it's good. And by the way, I will also quickly just interject and say that the media has obviously done a very, very poor job of trying to educate the public, and they have misinterpreted things. Like, just as one, sorry, go ahead, Rodolfo.
No, I discussed this several times with media. They do have a responsibility. They have the responsibility of choosing what and how they are saying, because actually, when we started this as an NGO, we thought this is for the social, for helping people to join in a revolution that is really relevant. And media, when they decide what to say, how they say it, and what kind of story it tells, yes, they just take people out. They scare people, eventually, on something that is really bad judged by them, yes, but has a huge potential and a huge value for society. So I do agree that media has some responsibility, or they need to know that they have responsibilities also in how much their country is understanding.
100%, I believe so. And, we tried to do our job, but in the end, we realized that working with, people that are friendly, that get Bitcoin, is obviously far more interesting. Hey, by the way, how are we doing for time? I just want to be mindful of that because of my calendar.
6 more minutes.
Okay. So let me fast forward through some of the key points then as well. So in terms of the verdict, First of all, I think we think it's unlikely to see any sort of reactive banking restrictions in India. The Supreme Court determined that banking is the lifeline of a business and that it is unconstitutional. So we believe that that is not a potential short-term threat. There are other threats, however, that I'll come to in a couple seconds. So in terms of the verdict, like I said, there was no kind of demonstrable effect on, there was a demonstrable effect on the business to operate. And so the fundamental right to practice any professional trade is a constitutional right. And so in India, and so that actually was what paved the way for us to, we weren't doing anything wrong, and Bitcoin is not illegal in India. So therefore, we should be allowed to work in it. And then in terms of just to conclude, I know we only have a few minutes left. Some of the red flags looking forward, Rodolfo, that I think, whether it's people in India that listen to this, people in Latin America, Argentina, wherever, people need to realize that this is not the end of the road. This is just the beginning, right? Like the fight that happened in India, number one, may happen in other places, but there's also, the possibility that the government could still make Bitcoin illegal. And we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen anywhere. And I think every day that goes by, it's less likely because it's just becoming obvious. But it's still something that, it's not like determined yet. And it's a function of what people do. And it's not just about, we'll just let Rodolfo, Sunny figure it out. It's like people, if they care about this, they need to act. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And Jason Farber did a talk about that aspect, yes.
Interesting.
And he is concerned actually about yet being chances of having some restrictions and more active response from governments. But also, I want to tell you that in Chile, they are going through something very similar to what you've gone through. And I guess this stuff might also open a bit their eyes or their expectations of turning the thing the other way, towards them winning eventually. So yes, and when we're talking about India, yes, I didn't realize just a few minutes ago. Yes, when we're talking about India, we're talking about the number one population. Yes, and how do you think we still have a huge way to go? I guess a huge way to do awareness and a huge way to do education, because that's what's needed eventually at the end. Education and awareness to drive people and understand the opportunity that Bitcoin means. But how do you see this occurring in the near future in India? And do you expect to occur? Do you expect to get not 2 million? Because 2 million in Argentina is, whoa, it's a 2% of Argentina. 2 million in India it's just pebbles. So what do you think? Do you expect to have a huge movement towards this in India? Should India be like aware of this and we'll see it like an opportunity? I mean, what do you think about India and going into Bitcoin and the future of millions of population?
So that's the part that gets me excited, not talking about this regulatory stuff, is I think India or Bitcoin was designed for India. And I'll say why. Because, people talk about the store of value. The Bitcoin is digital gold. What's the biggest gold market in the world? India. India is the biggest gold market in the world, full stop. If you think of the digital gold, the digital element, it helps to have a population that is a little bit more IT savvy, more programmers, Where in the world is there more programmers than in India? Okay, the next narrative around Bitcoin is also around remittance, right? So, we see it already being used as remittance, but we think that's going to be a big use case in the future. Who's the largest inward remitter in the world? India, right? Young people tend to gravitate towards Bitcoin. Where's the largest youth population? India. So I think I could list another 100 reasons, but I do think that there's a huge future. Mm-hmm.
Let me give you a relation. In Mexico, yes, about 10% of remittances, over $4 billion, yes, are being moved through crypto, yes.
Wow.
Bitso is one of the platforms. So that could easily happen anywhere, I guess. It's like, and it's growing number, yes. So yes, for sure, remittances is
So then that's just the edge of it. And, whether it's like I said, we're very, very excited. Hey, Rodolfo, just before I let you go, I did want to mention one thing. One concern that we have is that within governments, there is a disconnect between blockchain and Bitcoin. We think one of the threats is this lack of education around people conflating these two ideas and thinking that blockchain can work kind of in by itself without this like Bitcoin or some sort of currency. And we think that's something that, you know, people should just try and educate people about.
Today we have a video after the next talk. We have a video which is Alianza Blockchain Iberoamérica. It will be in Spanish. Sorry for the English speakers, but this Alianza Blockchain Iberoamérica was born with that concept. We see a lot of people talking about private networks, about removing the currency from the truth factor, of the blockchain, and actually that NGO, which integrates all NGOs in Latin America, was founded also by our team, is actually like trying to fight that concept. It's fighting against everything should be private networks. Everything could avoid having an asset as a part of the decentralized trust factor. So yes, I do agree, and it's true. I mean, blockchain is good and Bitcoin is bad. No?
Yeah. Anyway, so, again, I want to be mindful of the time, but Rodolfo, listen, I know we only met recently, but I wanted to say I have a ton of respect for you. I've heard about you for many, many years. I was in Bogota, like I said, one year when you guys did the event, and I just missed it by a day or two. And it was one of my biggest regrets. I've heard from so many people that your events are epic, if not the best.
Well, Thank you, Ray, for joining. It was very, very nice for me to add you to the schedule, because I really thought it would be a deep talk about what's happening there, and I really think it was a very good talk. So thank you, Ray. See you very soon. Eventually, if Mahoma is not going to the mountain, you should come to Mahoma. So whenever we do LABITCONF in Guatemala, try to take a flight and go to Guatemala.
Beautiful.
Next year.
Sounds good. Okay.
See you.
Okay, hello everyone. Great to sort of be here, I guess. I'm currently based in Massachusetts, where it's you can't see, but it's snowing. So too bad I can't be down there where I guess it's nice and sunny and never snows. Sounds nice. So I don't know how many people are seeing this, so it's a little hard without the feedback, but I'll do what I can, and I'll talk about discrete log contracts today. So these are privacy-preserving smart contracts on Bitcoin. Cool. Quick intro. I'm Taj Draja. I work on Bitcoin research and developing at the Digital Currency Initiative at MIT, which has been around for 5-something years and employs some of the core developers. So there's a lead maintainer of Bitcoin Core and Corey Fields and other people. And we work on Bitcoin and have been for quite a number of years. So that's cool. Actually, my current work is called UTreeXO, which is a scalability solution for Bitcoin that allows Bitcoin full nodes to be much smaller in disk size. And so that's a cool project, not what I'm going to talk about right now, but that's sort of my current project that I'm programming. And this, I'm talking about discrete log contracts. So earlier, 5+ years ago, I wrote the Lightning Network paper, Joseph Boone. And so the discrete log contracts idea and network has a lot of similarities to Lightning Network. And so I think at this point, Lightning Network is much more well understood. So I don't have to explain all of that, but I also use Lightning Network terminology to describe discrete log contracts. Okay, so the basic idea of discrete log contracts and a lot of these smart contracts, right, is conditional payments. It's that simple, right? It's you want to pay someone conditional on some external data, something in the real world happening or something in the virtual world happening. So as an example, Alice and Bob want to bet on tomorrow's weather. So if it rains, Alice gets a Bitcoin. If it's sunny, Bob gets a Bitcoin. And they want to have a bet. That's a conditional payment. Another way to say it is bets. But yeah. So the one problem is the Bitcoin blockchain is not yet aware of the weather, right? There's no up weather to see you. And that's, you can't do that. And so you can use like smart contracts. And the idea of smart contracts, it's, a lot of people think Ethereum and stuff. But Bitcoin definitely supports smart contracts and has since the beginning, all the script stuff. So for example, Lightning Network, it's a simple script, but it is a smart contract, right? It's enforcing that the most recent transaction in a channel is the only one that can really be used. But what's interesting about Lightning Network is all the data is completely internal, right? There's, let's say Alice and Bob have a channel on the Lightning Network and they're sending, payments back and forth. There's no external data. There's nothing coming from outside their channel that affects their channel. So that's sort of nice and self-contained, right? There's no need for an oracle. If you want external state, though, if you want to say, okay, well, this payment is conditional on the price of oil, or this payment's conditional on the weather, or some interest rate, or some kind of thing, then you need some way to get that information in there, and we call that an oracle. And the simple oracle would be multi-sig. So you can imagine using just 2 of 2 multi-sig for a kind of bet, where you say, okay, I bet it's going to rain, you bet it's going to be sunny. Let's just put our money in a 2 of 2 multi-sig. And then at the end of the day, we say, okay, it was sunny all day. Cool, I win. But that's not really useful, right? It's okay with friends maybe, right? Because if you just say 2 of 2, then you both have to agree. So the loser has to acknowledge their loss. And with friends, that sort of works and doesn't really scale. I guess there's a topical example in America right now. There's an election, and there isn't a concession. So what that does is also puts rich players at advantage. They sort of wait it out. I didn't lose. Let's wait. It works great for friends, but Bitcoin is the currency of enemies. So you could also have like a 2 of 3 multi-sig oracle, where you say, okay, Alice and Bob are betting, and you have some third party that is not Alice and Bob who will sort of adjudicate. And in the case of conflict, they will decide who wins. That could work. Oh, sorry. I'll clip this in as maybe it's moving around. Sorry. Is that better? Hopefully it's not rubbing, hitting anything. Okay. So yeah, so 2 of 3 multi-sig oracle would also be possible. That also has issues. And so if you have 2 of 3, you say, okay, there's Alice, Bob, and Olivia. And Olivia is sort of the third party that determines. If Alice and Bob are chill, they can both sign without contacting Olivia. But if Alice and Bob are fighting and unresponsive and they don't agree on who won or who lost, Olivia can then sign as the second of 3. The obvious problem here is, let's say it's sunny, but Alice tells Olivia, hey, it's Alice, I lost, but if you say it's raining, I'll give you 0.8 of the Bitcoin, right? I know I've lost everything, but if we can collude, then you get some and I get some, and that's better for me. So right, collusion, third parties can be bribed. So 2 of 3 multi-sig oracles, and in fact, many of the oracles we see in like DeFi kind of stuff, they're interactive, right? They see every contract because they're on the blockchain. But not only do they see them, they decide the outcome of every contract individually, right? So like in Ethereum, you end up calling these oracles and it's, returns of value. They can equivocate. The oracle can change what they're saying. So really it'd be better if the oracle couldn't equivocate and they had to sort of commit to a single value. And even better if the oracle never even saw which contracts they were using. So, but how do we do this? So I don't know if I should skim through this real quick. So Schnorr signatures, if you're aware, they are really cool. They were the sort of original elliptic curve, the original digital signature, that especially for elliptic curves, but it was patented. So for 10, 20 years, we couldn't really use them, or no one wanted to use them. And now the patent's expired, so hey, we can use it again. The general equation is fairly straightforward, especially compared to ECDSA, where you have your public key, you have this generator point on the curve, your private key is just a random number, you multiply to get your public key, and then you do basically the exact same thing to get a nonce for a signature. A nonce is just a sort of one-time use private key, and then you multiply that by the generator the exact same way and get sort of another public key, this R point. And then the signature itself is that sort of one-time use public key and this S, which is K minus the hash of your message, and R times your private key. And then you can verify that sort of by multiplying both sides by G. And so what we have for DLC, we don't actually use Schnorr signatures, right? The equation is similar, but it does not need Schnorr signatures or Taproot in Bitcoin. It can potentially benefit a little bit, but it uses the regular ECDSA signatures that are in Bitcoin today. But it sort of the offline Oracle part does use a modified Schnorr signature, right? So you can use it today in Bitcoin, and there are companies using it today on Bitcoin without Taproot, without Schnorr. But sort of the offline portion does use something like Schnorr signatures. And so, yeah, like I've showed, the Schnorr signature, and similar, you sort of have a pub key you make, and then you make another public key basically for a single use, and then you compute S. What you do in DLC, you have a fixed R pub key. So normally in signatures, you say, okay, I'm going to make a public key, and I can use that many times. And then when I make a signature, I have this sort of one-time use public key and this, scalar S. We use the same equation, but we switch it and say, okay, in discrete log contracts, your public key is both A and R, and your signature is only S, right? So the equations are the same. It's just that instead of coming up with R at the time of signing, you come up with R beforehand, and you commit to it. So your public key is now twice as big, and your signature is now half the size, right? And this works. So it's the same thing, right? The equations are the same. It's just when you're doing this, right? And the reason, so to some extent, same idea, right? Okay, pub key's twice as big, signature's half the size, cool. You could use this in regular Bitcoin transactions or anywhere. The reason people don't is it's kind of worse in a big way. The thing that makes it worse is you can only now sign once, because you can only use R once. And I don't have to go through this whole thing, but if you use the same R more than once, you lose your private key. And this was like PlayStation 3 code signing was broken this way. There have been several, a good number of attacks in Bitcoin, with Bitcoin having, Bitcoin wallets having poor engineering where they use the same R. And if you use the same R twice, you lose. All your money's gone, your private key's revealed. But what that does in discrete log contract, it's actually got sort of two purposes. One, it forces the oracle to only sign once. So they say, okay, this is the public key I'm going to use to sign tomorrow's price of Bitcoin or something, or price of gold. And I can't sign twice, right? If I sign two different values, I say, oh, gold is worth 0.05 Bitcoins or whatever, or gold is worth 0.99 Bitcoins. If they sign twice, they lose their private key, and then everyone can sign everything. It's very obvious. It also has the important part that you can now compute, how do I put this, what signatures look like before the signature occurs. So you can sort of compute the one side of the signature. You can compute the signature times G before there's an actual signature. You can compute it from any message. And what that sort of does is let you say, okay, now I have like a public key of the signature, right? And now when the signature actually happens, I learn that private key. And then, so it's this kind of weird cryptographic trick where now for any message, the oracle says, okay, here's my public key. I'm going to sign something tomorrow, and I'll tell you what I'm going to sign. I'm going to sign the weather. I'm going to sign what the price of something is. And now before they do sign, we can anticipate their signature. We can say, okay, if they sign 5, it'll look like this. If they sign 6, it'll look like this. And we can use that version of their signature that we anticipate and throw that into Bitcoin transactions. So the way we do it is we sort of are using their signature as a private key that unlocks a possible transaction, right? So just to compare again, in Lightning, what we do is we set up a channel, right? You've got this fund transaction output. And you say, okay, there's 10 Bitcoins in here. And we sort of keep updating what transaction is now valid. So the first state is Alice has 1 coin, Bob has 9. And then Alice has 5 and Bob has 5. And then we destroy the Alice 1, 9, right? And then we go to the next state. Alice now has 9 and Bob has 1. And we go back and destroy the 5 and 5. And the way we destroy it is we reveal private keys so that the other party can take all the money if we broadcast that. That's a justice transaction, I guess, in some code bases, or breach remedy transaction in others. And so we're using the same mechanism. So from an external perspective, if you're looking at the network, the discrete log contract looks exactly the same as Lightning. But what it is instead we build, let's say, all 3 possibilities ahead of time. So before we even open this channel, it's not a channel, but it looks like one. Before we open it, we say, okay, here are the 3 possible things that happen. And these are all at the same time. We're signing them, saying, okay, it might be sunny, it might be cloudy, or it might be rainy. And if it's cloudy, we split it. If it's sunny, Alice wins. And if it's rainy, Bob wins. And now the only thing that determines what's valid is the oracle then signs. And the oracle signs, okay, it was cloudy. And now this transaction can be broadcast. And these other 2 cannot, because we have the extra key from this oracle to make this transaction possible. So that's really cool. It allows, and so from the blockchain perspective, you look at it, it looks like a Lightning Network channel. There's no way to tell the difference. And actually, if the 2 parties cooperate, you never even see this transaction, right? They can roll it over. You can also put discrete log contracts within Lightning channels, right? So you could say, okay, we've got our Lightning channel that we're using, and one of the outputs of this channel is a discrete log contract itself. And if the parties cooperate, you can sort of roll it back up into the channel for a lot more throughput. There are some issues with this. It doesn't scale well, so you can't really put like dozens of Lightning DLCs within a single Lightning channel. If you had something like what's it called now? There's new names for it, but the SIG hash no input, whatever they call it now, that would allow you to scale this better. But it is possible. The SIG hash no input lets you do things in a more scalable way. But you can still do this. 4 or 5 probably is enough. So there's a lot of cool Oracle use cases. Discrete log contracts is actually a couple years old at this point, and it's starting to be built out and used. There's companies, Crypto Garage, SuredBits, and others that are using this. What's interesting is it predates most of this sort of DeFi stuff in Ethereum or in other coins, I guess. And I think it sort of shows that, like, yeah, see, this is a problem. With DeFi, a lot of, I read about it because there's so many weird attacks and like kind of fun stuff with flash loans, and it's kind of fun. I mean, it's not like good, I guess, but it's interesting. And a lot of the attacks are Oracle-based attacks because a lot of the oracles they're not people, They're not signing at a specified time, and it's just sort of a program on this blockchain or on some computer which just sort of deterministically says, yeah, I'll report this price. And it's very susceptible to attack and to manipulation. So the ETH oracles generally are on-chain, and they compute values. And the idea of DLC is, no, move the oracle off-chain, and you don't compute anything. You're only verifying. The blockchain, anyway. The blockchain is verifying signatures and has no idea that there's even an oracle. And so this really brings up sort of oracle risks, where if the oracle knows about your contract, it's not really an oracle, right? It's a judge. Because if they see the contract they're sort of reporting a price for or reporting data to, they can make up whatever they want, and they can determine the outcome and then report the data. So you can sort of work backwards that way. However, if the oracle doesn't know your contract, then it's actually okay to have sort of a centralized human oracle. And I would argue it's better than okay. So centralized oracle. So in general, in Bitcoin, we don't want things to be centralized, right? We want it to all be decentralized. And it's not that the centralization inherently is bad, but it's usually a means to an end. So right, the reason you want miners to be decentralized is because you don't want one miner to control the system. They can do 51% attacks. They can deny your transactions and stuff. But you can imagine if there were centralized miner, but that miner had no idea what your transactions were, right? Your transactions were completely opaque, and all they could do was throw it in a block. Then it's sort of not as bad, right? And so similarly, we can think of oracles as they're probably going to be inherently centralized. So what we've seen, in traditional finance and traditional legal contracts, sometimes you'll say you're basing something off a market price, and you talk about a newspaper. You say, okay, this contract is going to be about the price of oil, and it's determined by the back page of the Wall Street Journal on this day. And that's an interesting way to do it, because we're both looking at this newspaper. The newspaper just reports prices, right? And the newspaper doesn't know that we're basing our contract on it. And that's good, because the newspaper is really big. It's hard to influence the newspaper. And this makes sense. The more people that are relying on a single oracle, the harder it is to sort of manipulate the oracle. And so I feel like it naturally centralizes. But if it's centralized but oblivious, the way that newspaper is, it's okay. You can use this. You're not worried that the Wall Street Journal is going to misreport the price of oil so that it can make a contract go the wrong way. So yeah, we made, actually 2 years ago, we made a discrete log contract software demo and ran it to sort of do Bitcoin price, Bitcoin to dollar price oracle, so you could do these contracts. And today, Crypto Garage and SuredBits are implementing DLC, specifications, software implementations, exchanges. The biggest use case, I think, is going to be like US dollar Bitcoin short contracts. So, for example, you think Bitcoin's going to go down, and you say, okay, I don't want to sell my Bitcoin because it's really cool, but I bet it's going to go down next month. I think it's going to go down, then maybe back up again. I don't want to sell my Bitcoin, right? I don't want to have to use an exchange and stuff, but I do think it'll go down for now. So I want to be short Bitcoin in terms of dollars without getting rid of my Bitcoin. And then someone else on the opposite side will say, oh, I bet Bitcoin is going to go up. It's going way, way higher. I want to leverage my Bitcoin. How can I do that? I already bought all the Bitcoin I can, but I want to have like super volatile Bitcoin because I think it's going to go up. And you can do that, right? One person's short Bitcoin, one person's long, and you say, okay, what's the price of $1 in Bitcoin? And that determines who gets more or less. So it's DeFi on Bitcoin with no rule set changes. Yeah, so this is the last slide. I guess I have 1 minute left. So I think it's a really interesting thing. I'll talk a little bit about the history of this. Discrete log contracts, well, the name is more recent, but it actually, some of the ideas came before Lightning Network and sort of led into Lightning Network. And it was when Ethereum was first starting, and like 2014, I think, and I was talking to people at a conference, and they're like, oh, we're working on Ethereum, and so you can do these smart contracts. And I was sort of like, well, can't you do that on Bitcoin? They're like, no, it doesn't work on Bitcoin. We're making Ethereum. I'm like, but you can do it on Bitcoin. And so that sort of started me looking at these things, writing these things. It eventually, the technology eventually went into Lightning first, but it was sort of, I bet you can make these sort of conditional payments using Bitcoin, because it does have these scripts and it can do different signature verification and hash-based locks. So an old version of DLC used hash preimages the same way Lightning does with HTLCs instead of signatures. And Lightning as well is probably moving towards using signatures only instead of hash preimages because it's more private. So anyway, I hope everyone's interested in this and the development continues. I think it's a really cool technology that could pretty soon allow a lot of the cool futures contracts that people are using on centralized exchanges or on things like Ethereum to be working on Bitcoin itself with no real changes. It's just a matter of getting the network running. So thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Here we are. Hi, everybody. Good morning or good evening, depending on your time zone. We are very happy to be. Oh, wait, the countdown is still blocked.
Are we live?
I don't think so because the counter is not moving.
That would be hilarious if we were live and like they were listening to this. They're like, we turned in to see them talk about the technical brokenness of whatever is happening.
Well, we needed a blockchain in the first place because coordinating timing is not easy. So we can just start from there and move to mining. But first, I will have to have the confirmation.
Well, we're definitely within a few hours of each other, which should be close enough granularity, right?
You would think so. You would think so, Jamison.
So somebody from the organization can drop us a message if we are live, and so we don't waste too many wisdom.
Too much wisdom.
All right.
Okay, because just to signal, okay, we can start. Okay. Well, anyway, we made a lot of jokes, so it's not wasted. It was a lot of entertaining. The panel that you are going to listen to and to watch is very atypical. You don't need me to introduce the other panelists because they are James Lop and Jimmy Song. So of course you already know them. I would just introduce the topic because the topic is coming from a very quick conversation I had with Rodolfo when thinking about what to discuss that could be of general interest during this panel. It would be mostly like a conversation among friends. So we will just pretend to disagree a little bit, and we will just try to step in and discuss the topic, and possibly we will migrate from the initial topic to other contingent or entirely different topics. The starting point will be censorship and regulation of miners. So it started from the news. Let's call it that a few weeks ago, some news broke that there was some attempt to regulate the transaction that miners could include, so as to start some kind of KYCing of miners first. So the first point is identification of miners that so far can be just informal organization, a mining pool, a mining farm. There is not necessarily a legal status to a mining operation, not everywhere anyway. And there are a lot of anonymous blocks coming out from nowhere. And then as a second step, the possibility that these legal entities that are allowed to mine could also be forced to select the kind of transaction that they want to include and the kind of transactions that they want to exclude. Basically creating censorship, selective censorship in Bitcoin. So most people that commented this news were kind of scared and a little bit shocked, but some of us were actually completely, totally expecting this kind of evolution in the battle between Bitcoin and the state, mostly because it was part of the security model, if not since the inception, because that's not the case. Satoshi was extremely optimistic about mining decentralization, but at least since I would say 2015, 2016, for example, this discussion reminded me of the crypto economics wiki on the LABITCON project. If you go on LABITCOin on GitHub, that's basically a library, a set of libraries for Bitcoin maintained by Eric Bosquill and initiated by Amir Taki, actually. And Eric maintains also this kind of wiki about theoretical facts about Bitcoin, the threat model, the economic model, and stuff like that. And you can find some voices, some entries on this wiki in which the model that Eric is proposing and thinking about is explicitly then eventually the government starts to seize hashing power, and it tries to overcompete the rest of the market, trying to mine blocks that actually only include sanctioned, permissioned transaction, which eventually, this is also my thesis, eventually will go to coincide with empty blocks, because the amount of permissioned transactions that really need Bitcoin is basically zero, because you need Bitcoin for permissionless transactions. Otherwise, you just use PayPal, which is cheaper and faster. So the government tries to mine empty blocks, and there is a competition between the government that can fund mining operations at loss, which are censored mining operation, and the black market and the gray market of transaction, on the other hand, that will pay more to be included. And so when there is an equilibrium, an economic equilibrium between these two forces, you basically have some rate of effective transaction field blocks, which may be lower than 1 block every 10 minutes, because we may have a consistent rate of empty blocks, or even a consistent rate of reorgs of a few blocks when the government goes above the threshold of 50%. So this, my initial reaction, and then I will just leave it to Jameson and Jimmy to comment, was that this is nothing really new or unexpected. It is something serious to consider seriously, and maybe to counteract at the technical level with better mining pool algorithm that are already being considered, and with better and hoping that the technological improvement in ASICs basically stops hitting some kind of hard bottom of commodification, because if that's happened, then the cost of entering the competition of market, even and the competition of mining, even in the black market, becomes lower. So my reaction to this news will be, there's nothing intrinsically new to this. Maybe it's news to the 2008 optimism, but it's not really news to the prevalent threat model that we were facing or imagining in, let's say, 2015, 2016. I don't know, guys, if you agree.
Yeah, I mean, the model has been pretty much the same ever since the advent of pooled mining, which I think was back in 2011 or so, maybe even 2010. And you know, what we're really going to be talking about here, because this is a fairly complex topic, is we're talking about game theory, we're talking about economics, we're talking about incentives. And so in order for Bitcoin as a protocol and a network to be as robust as possible, you know, we want it to be decentralized, and we want it to be decentralized in the sense that anyone who is exerting power or pressure on the network, especially nation states that have monopoly on violence and can exert power upon any large entity that they can find, that is where we start to worry about, you know, one nation state having too much power over this one particular aspect of Bitcoin. You know, historically, people have talked about China. It's always, what if China does something? And I've written about that even just in the past few months. And you know, one of the many things that we hope to continue to happen throughout the years is that Bitcoin mining continues to grow and grow. Miners continue to be incentivized to find cheaper and cheaper power. That will result in more and more of the hash rate spreading out throughout the world as it searches for that cheap, renewable, and often sequestered power that there's just no demand for. So there's a lot of different variables we can talk about that will come into play when we talk about, you know, any one given nation state being able to exert censorship on the network.
Yeah, I would add that, like, from a technical standpoint, this attack on pools, which is essentially, it would be a regulatory attack, one where the government would say something like, pool, if you let a transaction with let these transactions through that are not KYC, then we're going to punish you in some way. I'm not sure that's that workable, because you have Stratum 2.0, which is coming out, and I expect that to become a much bigger part of the pooling ecosystem. And part of Stratum 2.0 is that the individual miner that's in the pool gets to decide what transactions go into the block. So in a sense, the pool, I mean, right now, Stratum 1.0, the pool gets to decide what transactions go in. But that decision is, you know, taken out one step further into the miners that are actually doing the mining, the actual people that own the miners, and they can switch at any time. So in a sense, like, if you do have KYC pools, then all those people that contribute hash rate to those, they're going to leave and go to ones with Stratum 2.0. So they get to decide what transactions to put in, because that will make them the most money. And that in turn means that, like, the regulation essentially is ineffective and doesn't really do anything. And that's, you know, like, that seems to be the case with a lot of different sort of regulatory attack vectors that exist in Bitcoin, is that, you know, the government can try, but it's actually quite easy for the users to get around it, for the miners to get around it, to get pretty much all the players to get around it. And the thing is, like, most governments are very used to controlling single points of failure. That's their model, is that they regulate that single point of failure. Even in a mining pool, there's this perception that the pool is the single point of failure. It's not really. It's not a single point of failure. There's lots of pools, and you can switch pools anytime you want. So I don't think this works.
Yeah, there is a low switching cost, but I think getting a bit deeper into the weeds, I'm not sure if anyone's really talked about what are the incentives for more pools to adopt Stratum v2, because if I'm not incorrect, I believe Slush Pool is the only one that has implemented it so far. Is there more that needs to be done for the competition to heat up on Stratum 2 adoption?
Well, maybe
I would say the profit motive, no?
Why is that more profitable than just more?
Well, so if you're the pool, if you mine whatever the pool tells you, that might not be the most efficient, right? Like if the pool gives you an empty block to mine, that sucks. You're not getting any fees, and as fees become more a part of it, this is where we're talking about the fee market. That becomes a much more critical part of the revenue that you're receiving. So when you're mining, you want to make sure you get the most fees. There might be other reasons. You might have some transactions of your own that you want to include, and you need them to go through relatively quickly. There might be all sorts of different incentives there. But generally, if you give more power to the end user or the end miner in this case, then you're going to be able to be more efficient with it. Right now, though, the market isn't mature enough to take those things into account. But at some point, that's going to come into play because we will reach more of an equilibrium than we have now. Right now, because of price increases and whatnot, it's just insanely profitable, even such that people are putting like S9s back online and so on. But at a certain point, it becomes, like all those little edges add up. I mean, like a lot of miners, for example, don't use liquid cooling because it's not worth it. At some point, that edge is going to be sufficient enough that they're going to be incentivized to do it. I see this in the same.
Even stepping back a little bit, and I'm not sure we may have lost Jimmy there, but Giacomo said something about anonymous blocks, and that actually got me to thinking. Originally, pretty much all of the blocks that were mined were anonymous, and it was really the advent of pooled mining where I think it became kind of like a status symbol to put a string in the Coinbase that basically said, we mined this block. But that has kind of created an attack vector, right? Now, perhaps it's good for auditing that someone who's mining with a given pool can then easily look at the blockchain to see how many blocks that pool mined to make sure they're not getting gypped by the payouts or whatever. But, perhaps the incentives here are wrong as well, and there needs to be an improvement or some sort of push to suggest that miners should go back to, or at least the pools should go back to anonymously creating those blocks.
Actually, it may have been used as an attack vector. Actually, during the Bitmain crisis,
Right.
there were some accounts of mining pools that were basically, they say, allegedly blackmailed into signaling for the New York Agreement hard fork. Otherwise, they would not have received the new hardware or something from the ASICs producer. So basically, we put everybody in the same, we toss everybody in the same definition of miners. But actually, we have Jimmy was clarifying there are the individual hashers. And these guys are basically the guys connecting the ASICs to the power and cooling down the ASICs, and basically they need an internet connection and some temperature difference to cool down, and that's basically all. And electricity, of course, cheap electricity. Then there are the hardware producers that are a very, very strong centralization point because it's very expensive to build up an ASICs factory. And then there are the pools that are coordinating. So the theory of the scenario that Jimmy put forward is that the choice, the barrier to switch for individual hashers will become lower and lower with new Stratum protocols and stuff like that. And so basically you end up to a point where regulating the pool is difficult because the pool is basically an abstract entity. They don't need a physical setup. The pool can just be an anonymous store on your service in theory. You don't need a physical entity to coordinate. The hashers, they are a physical entity that are actually pretty easy to spot because they consume electricity, they produce heat, but they can switch easily and they can possibly deny that they are mining the KYC blocks or not. If they stop signaling their name, for example, that would be very, very good as a new trend. This is an interesting point.
Yeah, it is. It's worth noting, I think, it's kind of, I consider it a bit of a failure of Bitcoin mining, at least, that what you were talking about, Giacomo, the concept of being able to have sort of poolless mining, or really P2Pool, this peer-to-peer decentralized pool was what I consider to be kind of the holy grail of improving and getting rid of a lot of those attack vectors. And unfortunately, it just never took off due to, I think, the complications around setup for it and the fact that it added a bunch of latency, which could be harmful to profitability. So unfortunately, while the sort of game theory security incentives seem to be there for us to push forward adoption of P2Pool, the economic incentives have not really worked out with that.
Well, in a way, censorship may fix this, meaning that there are a lot of centralization forces like logistical, electricity, and synchronization latency. But regulation is a decentralization force, because the more centralized you are, the easier the target you become for regulation and eventually censorship.
Yeah, and one of the things about mining that is very unique in this regard is that they can move, right? Like they can. It's not that hard to take a mining setup and bring it from some hydroelectric dam in China and bring it to Mongolia for the winter during dry season, something like that. And that's one of the features. And the fact that they can move jurisdictions relatively easily. I mean, it still takes a few weeks and everything else, but I'm sure they're working on making that process as quick and smooth as possible. But once you get more innovation in that area, it's going to be very difficult to regulate. And it's like governments are not used to playing whack-a-mole like that. Like they're used to just regulating a single entity and saying, you can't do this. And that's a choke point at which they say you can't, you're not allowed to do X, Y, or Z. This is a whole new ballgame, because all of those physical miners are movable. They can be taken out of the jurisdiction that's being too harsh. Something like New York bit license would not work, because essentially they would just move to the next state or move to Canada or something like that, and many have. And that is the key here, is that governments are not like, I don't think they're capable of doing it, because this is just so far from their normal paradigm of lawmaking and whatever. And the miners have way more tools to be able to skirt those regulations and say, okay, well, like we can set up here, but we don't really need to. It's like being a digital nomad or something like that. You can go to whichever jurisdiction is most favorable to you, economically and regulatorily. And if the regulatory environment is tough, well, then you're going to go somewhere else where the combined cost is the least. And those are just simple economic incentives that point towards a future where it's more and more decentralized.
I'm curious on this regard, what you guys think about one of the few comparison that actually makes GPU mining way more interesting, which is actually plausible deniability. So what I mean is that basically ASICs mining is arguably better than GPU mining, because it's closer to the thermodynamical limit, and there is no such a thing as ASICs resistance anyway. So eventually somebody can create an ASIC. So the easier the ASICs to create, the better in the long run because there is a lower entry to competition. So there is no an argument for ASIC resistance. And also many argue that ASICs are better because they create a higher investment that is completely wasted if you stop mining Bitcoin. So they create a sunk cost for attacking Bitcoin if you don't protect yourself with a short or something else. So ASICs are good, but they are bad in a few ways. One way that may be eventually solved by commodification is the monopolization of production, which for now is less of a problem than a few years ago, but it's still pretty much a problem because you don't have many alternatives to Bitmain still. But the other problem, which is in relation with what Jimmy said, is that you cannot really deny that the Bitcoin, that the SHA-256 ASIC is for mining Bitcoin. While with GPUs and CPUs, you can just set up a data farm where you can just say that you're doing rendering, and then you can deny that you're mining Bitcoin and switch. But if somebody comes to visit if somebody opens your container and you're moving jurisdiction, and somebody asks, what are these things for? You don't really have an alternative answer to, I'm a Bitcoin hasher, right?
Well, you can. It just depends on how creative you are. I mean, they've had miners that heat homes, right? Like you can disguise it as a heating mechanism and just say, I'm just too cold. Or there are people that are using the mining heat to create, to make beer, like whatever. There's a lot of ways in which you can use that excess heat, and a clever manufacturer might, to a negative jurisdiction may end up doing something like that. Here's a beer making kit. By the way, it's heated by ASICs. Not that we're saying you should use it, but I mean, this is the sort of thing that happened during Prohibition, is that they would sell these like giant cubes of like grapes and say, if you leave this in your basement for 90 days, it's going to make wine. Not that we're telling you should do that, but, we're just saying I know, we know you want this giant cluster of grapes, just saying that if you leave it for 90 days, it'll make wine. Which would be illegal, but
yeah, I mean,
that's the way it would probably happen.
Yeah, we're speculating on plausible deniability versus actual realistic enforcement. And so, the issue with any of these things is, if it's widespread enough, no government has, no matter how authoritarian, has the ability to do 100% enforcement on the entire populace. It's always a matter of what are the incentives and how much enforcement do they really need to strike enough fear in the hearts of the populace to have, effectively quash it. And what we're talking about here is, an activity that is highly profit motivated. So like any black market activity, the people who are highly profit motivated are going to innovate. They're going to find ways to make that money regardless of whether or not it's legal, illegal, whatever. I also think that even if you take the most pessimistic view of all of this and assume nation states that have 100% omniscience and omnipotence ability to do a perfect enforcement on whatever laws they enact, is that then you get into a very interesting game theory at the nation state level. If we believe that Bitcoin is robust enough that it will continue to exist, then now you have to start thinking about, well, okay, let's say that all of the Bitcoin mining operations get nationalized. And we've already seen that happen, I believe, in Venezuela, where the military took over, if I'm not misinformed on that. So you could get into a situation now where even if a lot of these operations are run by nation states, we already know that a lot of nation states don't get along with each other, and there's going to still be this continued friction where I would consider it highly unlikely to ever get into a situation where all of the nation states around the world could agree to collectively work on, perfectly censoring the creation of blocks for Bitcoin.
So we're looking at least 3 layers of protection against an effective censorship of transaction. The first one is just geopolitical game theory. You need all the jurisdiction agreeing about that. Sometimes it happens, for example, right now we are seeing that happening about tax arbitrage, because basically all tax havens are basically disappearing except of Dubai and in a way the USA itself. But the USA managed to basically destroy many tax havens in the last 10 years, I would say. So sometimes global coordination can happen, but it's very hard to do. Then if you do that, you still need a physical enforcement against just ushers moving away these kind of beer machines that it's very easy. It's very nice if you have mining prohibition together with alcohol prohibition, so you can just do the moonshining with beer and Bitcoin together. And then the third level that will still remain is basically the fact that there will be a market competition between the empty blocks that are losing the revenue of the illegal transactions and the miners which are included in the legal transaction, which are making more money out of fees. And then there is also another one, which is basically the everything about the second layer. I don't just mean Lightning Network closing and openings, but also, for example, today there was this live experiment by Chris Belcher and other of CoinSwap. So one transaction that looks completely normal is actually enforcing another transaction between parties that are not between the same parties, but which is completely different economically speaking. So you can have something like a whitelisted transaction, which seems to move money from my KYC address to your KYC address, but actually it is a CoinSwap anchor to do something else on some kind of different layer, which is another very strong layer of protection to avoid the pessimistic scenarios.
Yeah, and the thing about censorship is that it's really very impractical on Bitcoin. Like if you try to do that, if you try to eliminate all coin joins and things like that, you do get coin swap transactions and things like that, which let you do that. And we have additional possible future coin join like things with cross input signature aggregation or something like that, which would happen post Taproot. But that would cause an economic incentive to coin join, in which case it would be evil, or it would be bad for a company not to do it, because they would be not fulfilling their fiduciary duty to their customers and so on. So there's a lot of possible ways in which this will be very, very difficult to enforce. I will point out, though, that like the little bit of global coordination that we've seen from the United States mostly is because of the dollar hegemony that exists. And they're able to enforce a lot of that because they have the ability to sanction pretty much everybody else due to the fact that the world runs on a dollar standard. And if you don't have the ability to transact with dollars, it's very, very difficult for any company or country. As we go more towards a Bitcoin standard, those kinds of enforcements become much, much more difficult. So on multiple fronts, Bitcoin makes, sort of this global enforcement of KYC or something like that very, very difficult.
Do you think that if we were in the situation in which all these 4 layers of protection, which are basically probably already sufficient in the first layer, which is impossibility of coordination, but assuming coordination and assuming effective to some level physical censorship of hashers, and assuming that they can actually look into transaction and whitelist everything, do you think that it will be conceivable to have some kind of, have you heard developers seriously discussing of the possibility of having commit and reveal schemes, forks, in which basically the miners, in order to get fees, they are forced to commit before the transactor can actually reveal the 2 extremes of the transaction? Is the stuff like that even conceivable or discussed, or is complete science fiction?
I think they did something like that with Namecoin, if I remember, back in 2011. So the way that system worked was you revealed only that. So I mean, that's possible. I think the solution is a lot more, I don't know, banal. Like essentially everyone is master of their own node. So if I see governments doing nefarious things, I can just say, I'm not going to accept blocks from them. And if enough people do that, then that's not Bitcoin anymore. And you know, if there's a nation state that's just mining empty block after empty block after empty block, I can just soft fork and say, I'm not going to accept those. Now, the game theory ends up that the nation state, in order to get accepted, has to make it indistinguishable from a normal block that would happen, in which case they're just a miner. So like they end up helping the network instead of trying to hurt the network. So the fact that users have sovereignty is a major protection. And I think it stops there way before it gets to sort of some protocol hash revealing or hash locked transactions or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to go down the route where you start subjectively trying to decide what blocks you're accepting based on some sort of identification. Because really, you know, as long as people are still adding blocks, they're adding proof of work, they're securing the network, it, I think, becomes untenable if you get into a situation where there's enough adversarial hash power that they are actively reorging blocks with transactions to basically prevent, you know, confirmations from happening on the network. That is what I would consider to get the network into a state where it's not usable if no one can get any transactions through. And so then it turns into a more interesting game theory of, well, what happens if there is that type of emergency on the network? Because at that point, there would probably be enough people who would be incentivized to fall back from our machine consensus and have discussions at the human consensus layer of, you know, do we need to think about, you know, effectively quashing this adversarial hash rate. And of course, the sort of ultimate nuclear option with that is to change the algorithm to nullify all of the ASICs, which effectively restarts the whole ASIC machine race all over again. You'll have to go through the GPU era and back through ASIC era again. And it would be fairly unprecedented. So, you know, the incentives required for that would be enormous, and people would have to agree that it was a major emergency.
Yeah, also because it would be unprecedented, but it will create a very dangerous precedent, because then nobody will put the same kind of investment into ASICs ASICification again with the new algorithm, because there was this precedent that if it happened once, it can happen again. And also it may be a centralization point. I mean, if the community managed to effectively coordinate these, it may be a sign of a centralization and can be misused for other kind of nasty things. So I agree that it would be basically a serious nuclear option, really like a Cold War style at this point. It's still a threat that we can use like an ultimate threat.
It's because it turns into a waiting game, right? Is if you're patient, if you don't have to transact, then you don't care if no transactions have been confirmed for days or weeks. So that's the sort of gray area. It's hard to quantify of, you know, how the ecosystem as a whole would react to a situation where no transactions were being confirmed for a very lengthy period of time.
Well, basically, you are increasing the confirmation time, which is a cost. You are increasing the on-chain transaction cost by increasing the number of confirmation which are reorg free, reorg safe, and by increasing the time you have to wait for the new actual confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it ever gets to that nuclear option. Like if you have 150 block reorg, that's going to set up serious alarm bells and say, you know what? Let's just not accept that other chain that just reorged 150 blocks, something like that. At which point it's like, okay, well, they just wasted 150 blocks worth of hashing power in order to do what? They didn't do anything. And yeah, I mean that's a social consensus right there. I don't see that like if people on the network see 150 block reorg, I think they would be up in arms and saying, okay, let's just go and reject it. And here's a patch to go make sure that we're still on the older one that at 149 blocks. There we go. And like, it might have been a nation state that did it, but really they didn't get to do anything. All they did was they got I guess the nodes that decided, everyone's sovereign over their own node.
There's so many things that could happen, right? Say a rogue state like North Korea did a reorg like that and used it to attack a U.S. exchange and steal billions of dollars. I mean, there's some very interesting new nation state attack level scenarios you can get into there. But once again, it turns into geopolitics.
Well, I mean, but ultimately it's the users in charge. That's my point. Even if you had North Korea stealing from the U.S., it's the users that decide, is this like reasonable, or is this just like a flat out attack? And there's an immune system there of users that are going to say, well, I don't think this, we should accept this and go from there, because
I remember that
we have sovereignty.
When CZ asked the Twitter if users wanted a reorg, I remember the immune system being pretty strong opinionated about that. So I think we really eviscerated all the scenarios, and I think I will not panic to sell all my, not that I have any Bitcoin, of course, but if I did have any Bitcoin, I would probably not panic sell after this conversation, and I will probably think about having a mining pool in the sense of a liquid cooling system heating up my spa pool with a hybrid system for plausible deniability.
Absolutely.
So, that would be interesting.
It was a pleasure, guys.
Yeah, great chatting with you.
Fiat Delenda S, this song is done.
Oh, perfect timing, Jimmy. You finished the...
All right. I think I need to go on Tone Show now, so I gotta leave. Bye.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Bueno, hello everybody. Little change of plans because to keep the track, to keep the time, we will project the video about the Alianza Latin America, Blockchain Latin America later on the day. So now we will have Stefan for the Ministry of Nodes explaining you how to install, well, not how to install, but why installing a full node is relevant to be part of the Bitcoin, network and to be part of the protection layer of Bitcoin. So bear with me. If you don't recognize me, this is Dieguito. This guy is as Rodolfo. So let's go to Stefan. Enjoy.
There's no music on my side.
Fuimos to the moon. In the meantime, bear with me. We have the moon on the side. I'm halfway to the moon. You know, we have the Saturday party on the moon. Don't miss that out. So please prepare your headsets, prepare the VR. And now, yes, they are telling me that we are ready to go with Stefan and full node importance and installation processes.
Hi everyone, I'm Stefan Lavera. I am mostly known as a Bitcoin podcaster in the space, and I'm also a co-founder of Ministry of Nodes, which is just an educational side venture that myself and Kitan run. So I'm just going to do a beginner level talk about Bitcoin nodes, what they are, what they do, and give you some practical tips on how to put this into practice so you can take some of these ideas and do them for yourself. So a couple things to get started. Firstly, what is a Bitcoin node? Okay, so the simple, easy way to think of it is it's like a fake Bitcoin detector, right? So imagine if you were trading gold with somebody and you wanted to check that they weren't giving you fake gold. Well, this is kind of like, that's what your Bitcoin node does when you interact with the network, and it basically checks the rules to make sure that nobody's cheating you in terms of when they send you some Bitcoins. And so when you receive Bitcoins, the ideal way is to receive them directly through this Bitcoin node and have your Bitcoin wallet connected with your own Bitcoin node. Now, there are different kinds of wallets and different ways you can interact with it, but that's just very high level. Now, the other thing to note is that when you interact with the Bitcoin network, you are doing that through either your own Bitcoin node or somebody else's Bitcoin node. So when you send a Bitcoin transaction, that is sent out to the network through that network of Bitcoin nodes. So as an example, if you just use a couple like typical examples. So for example, today, if you have a Trezor hardware wallet, that is using Trezor's Bitcoin node, unless you learn how to use it with your own Bitcoin node. So there are a couple examples there. Another example might be your phone. You might have a phone wallet, and that is also connected to using somebody else's node, but it's possible also to set up your own Bitcoin node and connect your phone wallet with that. So then you actually have a bit of a better level of comfort and assurance that, yes, you correctly did receive that transaction, and it can also provide some security and privacy benefits. So just high level, I took this snapshot from last night from the website bitnodes.io for anyone interested. And so you can see here, this is a picture of how many nodes there are around the world. Now I'm way over here in Sydney, Australia. And so you can see here, and now just to note, this is the number of reachable nodes, meaning they are, they've got a port, they've generally got that port open and they're active, able to, receive new connections. And so what you can sort of see here is this is probably the lower bound in terms of how many Bitcoin nodes there are out there, because there are other Bitcoin kinds of nodes that are not necessarily reachable. And so to have some idea and insight into that, we can actually look at some other statistics. So this is actually a graph from Luke Dasher's page, and Luke Dasher is a Bitcoin Core developer. Now, you can see his stats here. So he has some additional stats in terms of that might help in terms of understanding what's going on with the unreachable nodes. And so looking at that picture, we're looking at about 47,000 nodes around the world. And typically what's happened is usually as the Bitcoin bull and bear market cycles happen, traditionally we've seen it swell up during a bull run. So during, I think, 2017, I think there was over 100,000 nodes running on this kind of image, just to give you an idea of what's going on the network. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what it actually means. So a lot of people have this idea that, oh, just running the node itself is supporting the network. And maybe in some very loose sense, yes. But I think really think of running your Bitcoin node is mostly about your own security, your own privacy, and your own financial sovereignty. Meaning you don't have to trust somebody else. So we can think of it like a more trust minimized way to run Bitcoin and know that you've been sent real Bitcoins and that you're sending real Bitcoins. It's just a more, secure way to do these kinds of things. So a quick example would be if you use, say, a hardware wallet like a Trezor or a Ledger with Trezor or Ledger's node. Now they will help you, obviously, if you don't know how to do it, they have a node, makes it easy for you. But there is a trade-off there because now they know all your transactions. Whereas if you go through these steps and talk about, okay, how do I do it with my own Bitcoin node? Well, that's taking you to another level in terms of sovereignty. And so the way I would think of it, and this is also something I wanted to touch on here, is to say, while we encourage you learning to run a node, it's not necessarily suitable for everyone right now. Why is that? Because there's a cost involved with doing these things. It takes a little bit of technical ability, and you might have to maintain that Bitcoin node. So you might need to periodically do updates on it, or it might periodically go down and you need to go fix it. These can take a little bit of time and a little bit of work. And then you might have other concerns around how you secure it and privacy requirements, and how do you connect up with your own hardware wallet or your own phone wallet to that Bitcoin node. So there's a few things involved with this, and we're going to talk about some of the costs involved, typical costs, and we'll try to talk about those. But I see this like it's a journey, right? So typically when people start, they first buy some of their first coins on an exchange, or maybe if they've, if they're doing more peer-to-peer, maybe they've got a phone wallet, or maybe if they're using one of the peer-to-peer markets, they are just using the inbuilt wallet for that. But over time, then you learn how to hold your own keys, and that might be using your own phone wallet or using a hardware wallet. And then over time, then people might learn, okay, this is now the next step is, okay, let me learn how to run my own Bitcoin node. And at that point, they may not have learned to actually connect it all together. But once you take that next step after this, then you learn, okay, now I'm going to run my own Bitcoin node and I'm going to connect it with my own wallet or my own hardware wallet. And that is taking you to another level of security and ability to interact with the Bitcoin network. And it can also give you some privacy benefits. And you might also have some other little benefits as well, in that if you run one of those node packages, it can do things like have your own block explorer. So when you send a Bitcoin transaction, you can search that transaction with your own block explorer and see, oh, okay, this is where my transaction went. I've seen, that's where it's going. You might use it to run other things like your own Lightning node, or you might use it to do coin joins if you are interested more in the privacy aspects of Bitcoin. So these are just some examples that you can do once you have that Bitcoin node running and you are doing these other things on top of that. Another example would be if you want to run BTC Pay server and have merchant processing. So anyway, these are some of the considerations. Now, if you are not in that, if you are not ready yet to be doing your own Bitcoin node, or maybe the cost is prohibitive or the time is prohibitive, well, you can just use one of these wallets. I mean, there are many wallets, but here are a few that I would typically teach people to use. So Samurai Wallet is normally what I usually teach people if they're interested more in the privacy aspects. This is what I'll usually teach them. If I'm at a Bitcoin meetup and somebody is new and they want to learn a little bit, I'll teach them this. If they're interested in more Lightning day-to-day commerce, that's where I'll typically show them a Lightning wallet like Breeze or Phoenix. There are others as well, but these are just some of the examples that I normally show people. So these are just examples that you can use. And then with I know with Samurai Wallet and Breeze and Phoenix, if you want to, you can also connect that with your own Bitcoin node as we get to that. So I guess now it's time to I want to talk a little bit about the practicalities of doing this. So in terms of what are the main options on how to do this? I see it like there are probably 3 main options for most people. I mean, there are other ways as well, but just kind of for the average user, I think these are probably the main ways. So firstly, probably the common one that you might have seen if you're following the discussion online is the plug and play boxes. So like I've got here on screen, the MyNode is an example of that. So some of these you can just buy it outright. So mynodebtc.com. I know Noddle is noddle.it. I think raspberryblitz.com, and then also Embassy. So I can't remember the website off the top of my head, but if you search Embassy Start9 Labs, these are a few examples where you can just buy this box, plug it in, and it's relatively simple because basically you just plug an Ethernet cable to your router and you plug in power. And then basically it's like a scripted install. It just kind of does most of the things for you. You just kind of click through in a relatively simple way. And this can give you a whole range of services all ready to go. And the cool thing with this is it can be less power intensive than having a full desktop PC running all day 24/7. And so that can make it a bit more practical for you. The other cool thing with these sorts of setups is you can do a setup where, let's say you run one of these and multiple people in say your family or your household might use that by calling into it. So as an example, if you wanted to use, there's different software out there, but as an example, you could all have, let's say you've got a family of 4 and you all want to use Electrum Wallet. Well, many of these plug and play boxes offer this idea of running an Electrum server. So what that means is it will run Bitcoin Core and it will run the Electrum server on top of that. And then you can have your family members all using Electrum Wallet connecting to that. And then that can allow you to all be interacting using your own Bitcoin node. That's just one example of how you could do this kind of thing. Another example is actually to build it yourself. So that's why I've got here DIY small computer. So you can do a similar kind of thing like those plug and play boxes, but some of these actually offer the option for you to basically buy the parts and put it together. So this typically involves using a small computer like a Raspberry Pi 4 or a Rock Pro board. It's also known as SBC, single board computer. And so some of the common ones here, so Ronin Dojo is a great one here. That is for people who are interested in using Samurai Wallet and having Samurai Wallet full node as the backing to their Samurai Wallet on their phone. So that's a great choice there. Another one, Raspberry Blitz, is a community project. So you can build one yourself, and the parts list is normally online. If you search Raspberry Blitz, they'll have the parts list online and you can order those, pull it together. MyNode is similar. They've got what's called MyNode Community Edition. So that's the free one. Whereas if you buy a MyNode, that comes with Premium Edition. So there's some additional features and things there. And a new one is called Umbral. So that's a new one that is also really slick and very, very interesting features that they've got. So that's also a cool option also. But yeah, these are if you want to have an always-on device. Now, you can also just run Bitcoin Core on your desktop or your laptop PC. And I'm going to take you through some of the basics on how you would achieve that also after. So now what's the cost involved here, right? In terms of buying the parts, right? So if you want to build your own Bitcoin node, roughly $150 up to, let's call it $500. That's depending on what kind of parts you want. If you want a really like slick, best everything set up, versus if you just want a cheap setup of a Bitcoin node. So the typical things that you're buying there, a Raspberry Pi 4, you generally want to get the one with 4 gigs of RAM or higher. You will get a small SD card, like a 16 gig micro SD card. You might need a case, and you might need a fan for or some kind of cooling for your Raspberry Pi 4. And the other big part that you'll need is ideally a 1 terabyte SSD. But if you can't afford that, then a 1 terabyte hard disk drive will also work. And then depending on which parts you get, that's kind of, if you get basically the cheapest, it'll be about $150. And if you get more expensive stuff and fancier, you know, things, it might be 400 or 500. Once you've added on the cost of buying, say, MyNode Premium. That's one example, right? The other way, if you just purchase the plug and play node just straight up, that's going to be around 300 to 500 USD, depending on which one you're getting and so on. And then probably the cheapest way is actually just using your existing laptop or computer, which I'm going to talk you through some of the basics on that too, where the cost is really about time, really just learning how to use it. And potentially you might need to buy an extra hard drive because your PC might not have that much hard drive space. And if you want to run what's called a full archival node, that's where you might need an additional hard drive, but we'll get into that also because you might not need to. So quick comparison. So one of my friends on Twitter, Bitcoin Q&A, has done this nice comparison chart. So you can find this, bitcoinqna.com. He's got a bunch of different things. And you can sort of get a comparison here on whether you can self-build, what kinds of features they offer, Lightning, CoinJoin, etc., Block Explorer, and so on. So you can see here, that's like a nice little comparison. It's a good one for you to look at. Now, I'm just going to tell you in practice, a good, easy, simple one that you can use if you feel like, oh, that's a bit too much. I just want to use my existing laptop or my existing desktop PC, and I just want to use it mostly with my own hardware wallet. If that is you, this is probably the easy way to do it. So what you can do is what we're going to talk through in this slide is basically you can, if you have Windows or Mac, it's very simple. It's basically like double click and install kinds of things. So basically you would go to Bitcoin Core. You can search Bitcoin Core, download Bitcoin Core, the new version, version 0.20. And basically you can select to prune that. So instead of the full blockchain being 355 gigabytes or so at the time of this talk, you can prune that down to say 5 gigabytes. And so you only need 5 gigs of space on your computer. Now note, when you're doing the initial setup, it will download the full 355 gig, but what pruning does is it kind of cuts out the older stuff that you don't need and just keeps the last 5 gigs, or you can even set that lower if you like. So basically there's two main things you would install there. So Bitcoin Core, and then this thing called Spectre Desktop. So Spectre Desktop is a great tool because it already allows you to connect things like your hardware wallets, like your Trezor or your Cold Card, or if you've got a Kobo vault, that's another one as well. Now, the cool thing with Spectre is it offers easy single signature and easy multi-signature as well. So basically, once you've done that setup of Bitcoin Core plus Spectre, you can then see here on screen, you can add a device. So as an example, you can plug in your Cold Card, or you can do what's called an air-gapped setup. But you can basically plug the pieces in and then you can create a single key wallet, and then you can interact with the Bitcoin network using your own Bitcoin node. Now, the other cool thing with this is it doesn't necessarily have to be online all the time. So what you can do is periodically just sync up to the chain. So that's called syncing up to the chain tip. And now I know LABITCONF is running a workshop on this, on running a Bitcoin node. So keep an eye out for that for those viewers. But just high level, the initial sync is what takes most of the intensity in terms of processor time, internet usage, and so on. Once you're already synced up with the chain, it's not that hard to stay in sync with the chain usually. So what you can do is do that initial sync it up to 355, set up your wallets and so on, and then maybe once a month or whenever you need to interact, you can just catch up that last bit of the chain. And so that's like an easy way to do it, and it will just be intensive at the start, but not afterwards. Now, for those of you interested in learning more, I've got a few episodes where I actually did an interview with the creators of Spectre Wallet. So Stepan Snigirev, he's the CTO. And you can see here episodes 205 and episodes 231 of my show, where we talk about this and some of the benefits of using it in this way, because now you can use multi-signature in this way with your own Bitcoin node. So this is kind of trying to give you some tips and ideas on how to put this into practice for yourself. If you prefer reading, I have a blog post over at ministryofnodes.com.au. It's called Cost-Effective Bitcoin Use. And so I talk through basically this similar setup idea. So for some people, it makes sense to have a Raspberry Pi and have an always on node. And I have a couple myself. And some people might use other kind of more complicated setups. But note, if you're using this setup, it is mainly about using your hardware wallet, right? Whereas if you are interested to use things for like Lightning and coin joins and stuff like that, you might want to look into some of the other ones like MyNode or Umbrel or Raspberry Blitz or Ronin Dojo. Those are some of the ones that you would look into. But my idea with this is to just give you an easy way to get started, make it cost effective, and make it less maintenance time for you, so that if you're new, this is how you can just get started with it. So that's it. I wanted to keep it relatively beginner level and just give you some practical tips on how to do these things. If you would like to find us online, you can find me, search Stefan Livera Podcast in your podcatcher application. And if you want to find some free guides, learning material, and we also offer some paid consulting calls, that's available over at ministryofnodes.com.au. So people who want assistance, if you're kind of stuck and you need someone to kind of walk you through it on a call, we offer that. And the model is basically value for value. So you can pay what you think it's worth. So it's just our way of trying to help people learn how to put it into practice. And we are all about you taking your financial sovereignty into your own hands. So that's what I would leave you with is, as you come into Bitcoin, really think about ways that you can take your financial sovereignty into your own hands. So thank you for listening.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Well, everybody, I hope you are enjoying our trip to the moon in LABITCONF. Now we will have an amazing panel with some of the top minds in the crypto space, the people who has been building the technology and moving the technology forward to solve the different problems that Bitcoin and later blockchain platforms, decentralized blockchain platforms, have been facing to scale, to provide different needs to take these technologies to mass adoption. So without further ado, I want to receive with a big welcome to our panelists to discuss what is the second layer. What is beyond blockchain, beyond the base blockchain layers? And for that we have Adam back from Blockstream. We have Jordi Bailina from Ethereum. Then we have, Ola. It will be tough. You will have to help me with that.
Olauma, or you can say roast beef or
Olauma. I did it right. I always think I will say it wrong. Olauma from Lightning Labs, and also, of course, Sergio Lerner from RSK. As I said, people who has been driving the innovation and the growth of these decentralized technologies for many years now, and doing great contributions. So I think to start this, I would love each of you to introduce yourself and share with us what are you doing or have been doing on the layer 2 space. I know you have been working on the layer 1, many of you have been on the layer 1, but what have you been doing on the layer 2 space, and share a little bit of what you are doing. So maybe we can start with Adam, and then we'll move.
So yeah, Blockstream's been doing things at different layers. So we do some layer 0, like satellite infrastructure to send blocks of Bitcoin transactions around, and physical mining. And then obviously layer 1, Bitcoin wallet, the green wallet, more recently Aqua. Layer 2, we have 2 things going on. One is we're one of the implementers of the Lightning Protocol. There are 3 or probably more at this point independent implementations working on a combined spec. So we have a team working on that. And then we have Liquid, which is a sidechain, so a different kind of layer. And we can talk about how those layers combine later.
Amazing. Olauma, do you want to share with us about Lightning, what you're doing at Lightning Labs? So.
Okay, sure. And by the way, you can just call me roast beef as well if that's easier for you. Yeah, so Lightning Labs, obviously we kind of work on Lightning, along with Blockstream and asyncs from other companies as well, like Square Crypto and things like that. So obviously we kind of do things at layer 2 on Lightning itself. We also make something called Lightning Loop, which is effectively kind of like a layer, a bridge between layer 1 and layer 2. So for example, Lightning Loop lets you kind of send off chain to on chain basically, or the other way around. So you can actually have some cool things where I can make an on chain payment for my Lightning wallet purely without closing any other channel, and the other way around as well, which is pretty cool. Then we make something called Lightning Pool, which I consider kind of like a layer 3, given that shadow chains are kind of like abstracting away from outputs, for one layer. Then kind of have some application on top of that as well. We'll probably talk about kind of definitions a little bit later. But that's what we do. We kind of work on layer 1 and layer 2, primarily kind of focusing on layer 2. At the same time, trying to help people move from layer 1 to layer 2, and the solutions in that domain as well.
Here almost collapsed. So I'm going to ask you to speak slower because
what collapsed? What collapsed?
Because we have real-time translation. Because this is
okay.
This is broadcast in Spanish and English at the same time. So
gotcha.
If you can speak slower, I think because I see the face of the translator here, and then he's like saying,
"Yeah, I guess help,
please help."
The coffee's just hitting for me, so I just woke up, so coffee's just hitting. But I'll calm down a little bit.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The translator will. So, Jordi, can you share a little bit of what you have been doing in layer 2 space within Ethereum?
Yes, well, mainly I'm just I'm in Hermes, which is a ZK rollup, and we are launching in the upcoming months. We are going to launch a ZK rollup. in the last years, I've been working in zero-knowledge tooling. I'm the owner of Circom and Snark.js, and mainly what we're doing is just taking on this technology and building what's understood as ZK Rollup. ZK Rollup is like a kind of side chain or a sub chain that runs in Ethereum. And well, the idea is that you can process like 2,000 transactions in a single layer 1 transaction, and you can compress a lot, roll up them a lot, and so you can scale, and you can put a lot of transactions in the layer 1 or that layer 2.
Thank you very much. Sergio, can you share a little bit of, because I want to know, yeah. I'm not very aware, but I would love to know about it.
Okay, so I'm involved in, first of all, I consider RSK a second layer of Bitcoin in a sense, even if there's a different technology, but the same crypto asset. So I consider it really a second layer of Bitcoin, one of the second layers of Bitcoin. So personally, I'm very, very much involved in RSK network, the protocol, improving the two-way peg, the security and usability of the two-way peg. But also for the last 3 years, I've been involved in improving the on-chain layer to scale more than a normal blockchain, keeping the main blockchain proposition, but still scaling with transaction compression, batching, parallel processing of transactions, signature aggregation. So making the most of the base layer. But I'm part of the IOB, and my team, the research and innovation team, has finished and is soon to put in production an enveloping system, which is a meta transaction system, which also has some sense. It's because it does transaction aggregation, then it also contributes as a second layer payment network in a sense. Okay. And finally, the organization has the RIF protocols, which include Lumino payments, which is a payment channel network. So I'm involved mostly in RSK, but also giving support to these other projects that are happening at the IOB Labs.
Actually, what we have is on one side we have, because what we can see is that second layers can take a lot of forms, no? So they can serve different purpose, but also take different forms, because I think payment channels are peer-to-peer agreements established that then are settled on a blockchain layer. So peer-to-peer agreements that then are enforced on the blockchain layer. Same that happens with ZK Rollups or these commit chains, where you are consolidating a lot of transactions and then settling on the blockchain layer. But then, what Adam is doing with Liquid and Sergio has been doing with RSK blockchain are second layers that are blockchains themselves. So it's a full blockchain that is it's a side chain. So it's pegged in a way by the asset at least. So they share the asset with the primary layer. Well, in the case of Lightning, that's also the case. But so we can see that second layers can take many forms. So what is the definition of a second layer? No, of course, the easy definition is another layer on top of a base layer. No, but what can we define what a second layer is, or what its purpose is?
That does the same functionality. Obviously, there will be different security assumptions, but if you can do the same but cheaper, and of course can be some half federated, but that is essentially a central layer. If your base layer performs smart contracts, then your second layer, you can have a second layer of smart contract processing also. So from your perspective, the function of a second layer is more about the scaling and lowering operational cost. Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Jordi? What do you think about that definition, or how do you see the second layer?
Well, at the end is a definition. I agree very much in the definition that Sergio made. But yes, it's the idea of the layer 2 is for me it's a layer that's using the properties of the layer one, the consensus properties, and so it's using the layer one to build something that's more scalable in terms of a number of transactions, in terms of price, in terms of usability. So it can go it can go faster and with better throughput or with better latency, with better, so in general with better properties. But for me, it's important to say that it uses the layer one, so it uses the basic layer.
And what about you, Ola? What do you think about the?
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, like, I wouldn't kind of like attach kind of like the cheapness scalability, like kind of like the way Sergio does. I guess for me, kind of like second layer is anything that like actually like abstracts over kind of like base Bitcoin itself. And like by abstracting, I mean kind of like in kind of like a kind of like a CS sense, and that you can kind of like hide additional layers, kind of like have something on top of that. For example, like Lightning abstracts over like what is just effectively like a multi-sig, right? So and then the like channel just multi-sig in the chain. So therefore now we have like abstraction over that, basically make payment channel between two individuals. That's like a payment channel doesn't really exist at the base level. It kind of like exists in like our minds or in the software basically, because the base layer basically just sees like an output being spent, doesn't see any transactions, right? So to me, it's anything that abstracts over that. So that's why I feel like it's a little bit easier to find like layer on top of that, because you basically have like another layer of abstraction. For example, like we have something called like Lightning Pool, which is kind of like a way you can kind of like buy and sell the channel leases built in something called a shadow chain, right? Shadow chain kind of like abstracts over a base like UTXO, kind of like something we have lift UTXO. We can abstract over that further to basically create kind of these accounts in this like effectively like a batch exchange itself. So for me, it's basically anything that abstracts over a base layer UTXO and then falls back to the prior layer. So you can basically kind of like chain that independently. So I feel like the scalability benefits are kind of like typically why people do it. It's kind of like contracted work, but I feel also like you can have additional kind of like application level advantages, basically by kind of like having a slightly different model that you can build the application on top of, which way kind of like what shadow chain does. So I wouldn't attach like the scalability too much. To me, it's just more about kind of like abstraction, what you can do with that new abstraction basically, because at the higher level you basically have like simpler assumptions. For example, when you have a payment channel, you don't really have to worry about on-chain fees. You have to worry about confirmation basically, but you kind of like have some different trade-offs, because at the end of the day you still fall back to kind of like what the base layer is.
So for you, it's not.
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. I mean, I think.
Please go ahead, Adam.
Yes. Yeah, you typically, at least with today's technology, have to make some trade-off where something gets worse compared to the main chain. So typically there's a security trade-off, and then you're trying to get something in return. So that could be sort of modularity. So I think the sidechain you could think of as a kind of extension mechanism with security isolation. So if the sidechain suffers a consensus failure, that won't affect the main chain directly, where other forms of on-chain extensibility tend to be fragile so far. And yeah, I mean, so it could be to adopt, I mean, you can think about Lightning as a higher scalability model with a security trade-off, right? It involves some increased hot exposure, and as a result, you get cheaper, faster transactions. Another model is the sidechain, which is, we've got two people on the panel who are talking about sidechains, the RSK and Blockstream's Liquid network. And there it's about adding different functionality. And some of the functionality is maybe not even high risk. It's just that the main chain, at least for Bitcoin, tends to want to focus on doing one thing and doing one thing well. So some of the things on Liquid are confidential transactions. That's a fairly low risk piece of crypto technology, but a little bit, slightly large. So that's kind of anti-scalability feature right there, but for privacy advantages. And then support for other assets, and in the future, enhanced smart contracting. So we also have a different piece of technology called Simplicity, which actually predates Blockstream in its inception. And it's usable for layer 1 or layer 2, so it's usable on the main chain, and we have a developer release that works on Bitcoin Reg Test and also within Liquid. So that's the sort of general programmability and extensibility layer, so a new script language for Bitcoin.
So we can say that it's not only about scalability, but it's also about functionality, and not necessarily because that functionality, it's better or less secure or more secure. It's mostly about delegation of responsibilities, that each layer will have like a clear responsibility and focus on one security model and one certain security assumptions. So, we can say that it's not only about scaling or lowering costs, but also about extending functionalities or delegating certain responsibilities that you don't want to have on the primary chain, something like that.
I mean, I guess we could say it's similar to other networking stacks. So TCP/IP, GSM networks, everything going from the base layer up to a protocol layer typically has multiple mid and high level protocols and has a clearly defined interface and dependency on the base protocol, but then the different layer 2s could be specialized for different things. So, some of the things that go into Liquid are, arguably a bit big, so they're not good for scalability, let's say, confidential transactions, or maybe they still have some experimental risk. Sometimes you want to try experimental things, which people would like to see in Bitcoin, but are currently too high risk. And so, for example, early versions of some Bitcoin things were in Liquid layer 2 first, and later came. And I think the security firewall or sort of safety boundary is a key part. So that if something goes wrong in layer 2 land, it generally doesn't affect layer 1. And the other thing the other differentiator actually is layer 2 tends to be permissionless. You typically don't need a change from layer 1 to do it. So you can have different protocols and different layers that compete for functionality without the kind of consensus fork risk of making changes in layer 1, which is a higher assurance target.
Well, yeah, that's true to a degree, unless you need new things to make your layer 2, whatever it is. So,
So there, we can see as layers also as a security in depth architectural design as well. So you also, as you said, Adam, the different layers we go adding and have different, the delegation of concern also protects the network as a whole, no? So we are using foundational layers and then building different connected protocols or additional blockchains and layers interconnected that will also create more anti-fragility for the ecosystem as a whole. So that could be another point of view from this. Do you agree? I think, Sergio, you wanted to add or comment on something else.
There is a key distinction between a payment network and a cryptocurrency network or a monetary network, I would say, that needs to ossify much sooner than if I created a payment network just to move money, because that is a long store of value. So the properties that we require for this layer 1 would be Bitcoin, is not only decentralized and secure, but it needs to be simple, right? So scalability and cost, these are second order requirements. The need that the base layer is simple enough that there are thousands or tens of thousands of people being able to audit that code and audit the monetary supply. It's much more important than scalability at the base layer. That's how I see the need to ossify Bitcoin much sooner than if it was just a payment network.
Ossify and also reduce the surface of attack, no? To keep it simple, to keep the if you want the social contracts, it's programming contracts, but the basic contracts of the network very simple, so they can be audited, they can be enforced, and you have more eyes put on how the protocol behaves. And that will take me to the uncomfortable question, because that was a long-term debate in the Bitcoin ecosystem. But why not? I think we already answered this, no? But why not do all these things, expand and extend everything? I mean, on the first layer. I mean, I think partially you already answered, that we don't want to put all these for security reasons, but there are other reasons why, doing all these things that we are doing on second layers should not be put on the first layer. I mean, do you see other things? I mean, how it impacts decentralization, cost of operations. I mean, there are other areas where there are trade-off or doing this all in one layer. Maybe Jordi, you can start now.
At the end, consensus is expensive. So when you have thousands of computers in the world that needs to agree in something, this is expensive, and the quantity of information that can be consensuated is limited by the protocol itself. You can do this protocol better. You can do it. You can grow it, but it has a limit. It has a limit actually with the computing power of the nodes at the end. And the naive way of doing this is limited. Ethereum, for example, is like about 10 times more scalable with some other problems, but that's a limit there too. So it's not you cannot go beyond that just doing what we are doing. So that's why we need this second layer.
Do you want to add, Adam, or something?
So I think hypothetically, if some new technologies solved the layer 1 scaling problem, so let's say a very efficient scalable SNARK mechanism. I mean, that's not the entire problem, but it will clearly be a very interesting building block to scale a blockchain. I think there's still sound reasons for having separate layers. So if you think about, let's say, an operating system kernel, there's a viewpoint that you should use a microkernel, which for improved security. You generally don't want to put too much code in one security boundary. The blockchain is kind of the core for your security, but the consensus behavior is kind of like designing a crypto system. You have to be very careful and cautious about changes, or it can have unintended side effects. Slight difference in interpretation on different architectures can result in a network fork. So I think the idea is generally you want to sort of perfect that, minimize it, and test it very well, and then be able to depend on it and build other things on top.
Excellent.
And then, like, I just want to add one point, something that Sergio said as well, like earlier, and that, like, I think you're just present, like, you kind of like want, like, typically like simplicity on the base layer. But I guess in my opinion, like you want the simplicity, but at the same time, you want like the ability to kind of like express like what you need in layer 2. So, for example, like, obviously, like in order to even like make Lightning and stuff, we had to add like certain things to Bitcoin. For example, like, we needed things like CLTV and CLTP. Maybe now we need even no input as well. So I think it's important to have simplicity in base layer, but at the same time, like I feel like base layer needs to be expressive enough to basically allow people to create like higher level applications on top of it. I think we always need to get back to that, the same thing, kind of like permissionless innovation, basically. Now, the base layer should basically have the primitives necessary to allow individuals to basically build these new primitives or new applications without really coordinating with other individuals and or need to make a change every single time we have like a new application that we need to make, right? So I think that like I think I'm kind of identifying with the whole ossification thing, but I still think that like we need to like make sure that like individuals have basically what they need the base layer, so we don't have to like continually do a fork every single time we need to do something new, which maybe means like kind of like a little bit more meta level applications, or sorry extension of Bitcoin itself, versus kind of like having something that's very specific to a particular application and or use case, because at that point we're kind of like picking and choosing which application is going to be done rather than kind of like giving people the primitives to do what they need to do elsewhere. But I think the main thing what they're saying right now as far as like why not do on layer 1 is basically typically like there's only so many bytes in the block, so therefore you want to kind of like maximize the number of transactions per byte, like in logical sense. For example, like if you have like a payment channel, you can kind of like have that like effectively compressed down from like infinity to one transaction on chain whenever you close it out again.
So I just want to add, so I agree, and I think there's work that needs to be done to get to a kind of minimum viable ossification, if you like. And I think that comes down to self-extensibility, but self-extensibility in a dependable, secure way, and simplicity, which is a kind of Bitcoin scripts 2.0 design that Russell O'Connor's been working on for about 4.5 years now, I think, is an attempt to do that. So at its lowest level, it's simple, and people say simplicity is not simple, but the lowest level is a kind of bit level machine with 9 operators, and anybody who's done any programming could learn exactly the semantics of those operators and be very confident they mathematically understood them. Where it gets not so simple is then you have to build everything from them composition wise, including like a 2-bit adder and a 32-bit adder. So it's very, very low level. Then you have a collection of libraries that do common things, and you can make formal proofs about them. So at the end of the day, you should have a way to add extensibility to Bitcoin or Bitcoin-like blockchains with formal proofs. And so the example is that with Schnorr signatures, if Bitcoin had simplicity today, you could add Schnorr signatures without a soft fork even. It would just be a script. And soft forks would be more about, adding an efficient implementation that you've proven is correct and equivalent. So, we're doing early access to this in Liquid, but I think it's interesting some years down the road, as people had more chance to think about it and evaluate and analyze the safety of this, to have that kind of formal proof-based, low-level way to extend the base layer, and then that becomes more plausible to freeze a base layer. Otherwise, I completely share Lalu's point that we saw the same thing with Lightning, and actually Lightning is waiting for an additional soft fork for.
Oh yeah, more soft forks the better.
Right. I mean, so you get into this sort of dichotomy where layer 2 is permissionless, but it's only permissionless in the sense of what you can build using the base layer, and then you run into a stumbling block where the base layer is missing an opcode, and.
And we need like a 5-year campaign to get the one opcode, then 5 years beyond that as well. So I think we need to consider time at times. Like I think simplicity is cool, but it's years off. Like
sorry,
right?
guys.
So
I because I want to keep the pace, because if we, but I think one very interesting point you raise is that also layer 2 innovation can go. It's a playground or a testing environment where new developments can be validated in a less risky or more contained environment, and then they can also be included on the base layer as well. No? So I think that's also an interesting thing. So you tested, for example, Schnorr signatures on Liquid for a while before they were implemented on the Bitcoin layer, like they are doing now. So I think that's interesting. So. And I think that's a good point, because there was always like this saying about like Bitcoin not innovating, no? And I think it's like Bitcoin is innovating at the slower pace. It goes back to the ossification thing that Sergio was mentioning. Ethereum on the other side has been more about breaking things, and moving fast and breaking things. But on some things that are happening, like the CK rollups, all these emerging concepts, I think they are fascinating. So, and we all end up profiting from the research and development that all the different blockchains are building. So this takes me to, what is stopping, or what can potentiate the layer 2 development? Because we can all agree with what we have discussed so far, that second layer is a great thing because it enables us to extend functionality without compromising on security of the core layer. It allows us to scale to lower transactional costs. It has a lot of value because we can experiment and then take these improvements to the core layer. But is layer 2 really enabled, or are we missing some pieces for layer 2 development on Bitcoin and Ethereum, really take off and come to the next stage? So maybe Ola, you can start. I will ask again, sorry to be anal with this, but to speak slower because the translator, the first translator already collapsed. We are taking a new one. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, y'all need machine translation, but okay. I'm joking. I think there are a number of things. I think for a few categories. I think one category is kind of better say cache flags, basically the ability to kind of better express what is included in a signature, basically, which can allow you to kind of have better kind of a multi-party transacting protocols. For example, I want to sign inputs 3 and 5 and the value of input 7, basically, and that's it. If you had that, I think they give you a lot of things. I think one of the very major things like covenants. So basically the ability to kind of define the restricted set of what can be spent from a particular output, basically effectively lets you kind of create an on-chain state machine, which I think is like a super powerful concept. And like right now, I feel like we do that time like in Lightning, but we do it in kind of like a way that requires like one to take off-chain. We can do that like natively on-chain that like allows you for a lot of really cool things. Also, kind of like get some of that availability back the way to do different protocols. One of the things, the ability to like just check like arbitrary signature messages pairs. I think that'd be amazing because, for example, like that would let you kind of like delegate like a pub key. For example, like Alex could give me a pub key, I can basically sign that pub key, and then like that the contract itself would basically allow someone to like actually move the coins if they're delegated from that pub key. Other things like I guess ability to like verify Merkle proofs, actually in script itself. Basically, we kind of like have that with Taproot, but like it's kind of like very much attached. If you could do that, you can basically have a bunch of really cool things. You can basically imagine kind of have like a single output, then it maybe even shares like particular balances over their individual and all the leaves, and they can allow you to do other different protocols from there. So those are like 4 things that I think if we had, that would be amazing, and I could build all really cool stuff. I'm sure other people could as well.
I share some of the needs that Olalua mentioned. For instance, for RSK, TypeScript would be a great thing to increase the amount of pegnatories in the POPEG. It would allow us to go to hundreds maybe of pegnatories and reduce the size of the scripts. SIG hash no input would be something very useful. One of the projects that we are evaluating is having time lock reimbursement for the funds that the user hold on RSK in case something goes very wrong and we have to give the money back in Bitcoin. So we could create transactions on the fly as RSK goes that can reimburse the users on Bitcoin. And for doing that efficiently, SIG hash no input would be great to have. Also, covenants and virtual UTXOs also allow to scale some of our technology. One of the things that I'd love to have in Bitcoin is a new type of address that can include an op return payload. Then I could just send funds to an address and execute smart contracts on RSK. Currently, I can't do that, but I have to use my own wallet to add an op return. But what if I could embed the op return data in an address? Then I could execute any RSK transactions directly from Bitcoin. That would be great. And of course, the drive chain subfork that we've sent a couple of years ago, or any other drive chain solution would be great for RSK. These are the things that I would love to have on Bitcoin in the future.
And excellent. Jordi, can you share a little bit of what are the bottlenecks or the problems you have been facing on your work on building layer 2s?
Yeah, well, the first is we are in advantage, and building on Ethereum. Ethereum is you can program. It's a programmable blockchain, so it's very easy to build a layer 2 solution on top of blockchain. You can implement any cryptographic primitive, zero knowledge, aggregate signatures, ring signatures, anything that you can imagine, you can implement that directly in Ethereum. So Ethereum is very much like a protoboard where you can build all this stuff, and it's a very good place to experiment. Of course, you tell that before that Ethereum breaks things. I would say that, let me say that Ethereum, the core Ethereum has been breaked very, very few places, and most of them, they are not known the community. What has been break is the smart contracts that the people built on top of that. But the core layer of Ethereum had some bugs, had been fixed, but they are very, very specific on that. And the cool thing is that in Ethereum 2.0, the strategy is to build a blockchain that's themed very much in these layer 2 solutions, especially in the rollups. I think Vitalik is talking here tomorrow. He will explain much better than me. But one of the important things that the ZK rollups need is what we call it the data availability. And Ethereum 2.0, mainly what's going to be with all the sharding is mainly going to be a data availability system. So in one side we have the validity proofs, which all these cryptographic zero knowledge that already are in there. Still, there is some EIPs that needs to be implemented in Ethereum for this new Plonk, Halo, and for these new curves that are appearing on that. But they are in the path and are still there. And on the other side, we have this data availability that's coming with Ethereum 2.0. And all these together, I would say there is no known limits. You can with recursive snarks and this data availability with high scale, you can do as many transactions as you want, and you can scale it very much. And this is a bit the path.
Excellent. And when you talk about data availability, you are talking about data that is stored outside the blockchain, but can be available, can be live and be consumed. That is maybe how it works.
Data availability is data that you need to guarantee that anybody have access to that data in a decentralized manner.
Conditions.
One way to put that availability is put that data on chain. This is mainly what a lot of rollups does. They just put the transaction data in the same chain in a very compressed way. But you can use other mechanisms. For example, you can put that in Bitcoin Cash, which has a lot of space there, and then you have a proof that's in there. It's at the end you need a place. Rollups is in one side you have the proof that a set of transactions are valid, and you can put as many as you want with time constant, site reduce. You can verify that in a single transaction, but the data of the transaction data need to be available, need to be somewhere, need to be stored somewhere. People need to access.
So you need some assurances that that data will be available when you need it to validate the proof that exists on the blockchain. Okay. So
if you want to reveal the full state of the chain, you need to have access to all these data.
Adam, what do you think from your perspective, from the Liquid perspective, maybe the things that Ola have already stated and Sergio have stated, but what do you think is like the key components missing to enable to take layer 2 from your perspective to the next level, or unleash its full potential?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit meat in the middle. So there are multiple things that people are working on in parallel. So one is to incrementally add more opcodes, so the SIG hashes that Alan mentioned. And another such thing is simple covenants. So there's a simple covenant mechanism in Liquid, which other blockchains have copied, could be used in Bitcoin. And then the longer term track, which is longer term in Bitcoin sense, but relatively short term in Liquid sense. So we should have simplicity in Liquid Q1 next year. There have been a couple of developer releases presented at conferences over the last year or so, and you can download, have a look at it, run it in reg test with Bitcoin, and I think that's interesting because it preserves the Bitcoin stateless UTXO model, but in a generic self-extensibility way, so you can get confidence in the correctness and interpretation of the code. So you can make formal proofs about the semantics of the code, and the semantics of the code are defined at least, right? And you can prove things about them with a proof assistant. So I think that's a robust building block for the future. But of course, it'll take a while before that makes its way from Liquid back into Bitcoin, and it depends what people think of it, right? Bitcoin only takes things if it makes sense for the central use case. But I think a modularity to allow lots of layer 2s to be built is good for sort of long-term, stability, ossification. So I think that simplicity could be a very plausible ossification step if Bitcoin would, arrive at that in a few years. That would be pretty exciting, I think.
RSK could also implement a virtual environment for executing simplicity, and we get all the simplicity apps on board.
Well, it's part of the vision, no, Sergio, to have at certain point different runtime environments live side by side. So
yes, we did a lot of tests with the different environments, but we moved with the EVM, which was obviously the most used. But yes, we did some experiments with different environments.
That takes me, as we are reaching like the final minutes of our talk, which I think we have covered a lot. It's a tough topic. it's a complex topic, but I want to add even more complexity because that's what I enjoy. So, when we talk about layers, and Adam mentioned the internet, we have the OSI model that has 7 layers, no? So we have from the physical layer up to the application layer, we have 7 layers. So is there a layer 3 I mean, we have been discussing layer 1, layer 2. Is there a layer 3? What is that thing exist? Is a mythical creature, or we have layer 3 already on the works?
Well, so there are 3 layers, but they're so far not labeled 1, 2, 3. So in the sense that it's not as widely known. I mean, lots of people have heard about Lightning, of course, but it's not as widely known that Lightning can work across multiple chains. It's a sort of caching layer that can bridge different chains. And so at Blockstream, the C Lightning implementation, which is our Lightning implementation, works on both Bitcoin and on Liquid. So, you could think about Liquid as a layer 1.5, maybe, or if you wanted to make layers, you could think of the sidechain as layer 2 and Lightning as layer 3. And of course, Lalo was talking earlier about some higher level things above layer 2 as well.
We have a better taxonomy. I think this is the proof that we are building the technology. So I think the taxonomy is also being created as we move forward and create this protocol. So we might think of like Lightning running on top of Liquid as a layer 3. I think RSK also, Sergio mentioned the Reef protocols that are also layer 3. Like, what I like of these layer 3s is peer-to-peer interactions where you use the blockchain mostly, in my vision, only to settle disputes or to give an end to an open agreement environment. So I think that's interesting.
Well, in RSK, we could have also layer 4. One of the papers we published this year and the works we did about sync chains and universal merge mining allow us to build side chains of RSK over RSK. So that allows you to have still another layer, and on top of those side chains, you can have payment channel networks. So essentially, for me, it can still grow a lot in layers.
Or commit chains like the ones that Jordi is doing. So this is like kind of a mamushka of protocols we are building.
But the same way that in a network, in a communications layer, at the end we need to talk about functionality. In the case of Zk rollup, what we are solving is the throughput, quantity of transactions per second. That's the main functionality we are adding. We can add on top of that maybe a layer for latency. That would be a kind of payment channel if you want. So we add a latency layer. So maybe it would be better at some point. We are still putting in production layer 2s, okay? So talking about more layers, but at some point when we have many layers, we need to start talk about throughput layer, privacy layer, latency layer, whatever functionality, programmability layer. Any function that you are adding, it's a kind of a layer that you are building on top. Maybe it's a better way of classifying the things. We are very on time to start.
Like in the old SI model, we have transport layer, routing layer, we have the session layer. I think that's great, because I think we are building these layers for value, because at the end we are, this is I like to call it the Internet of Value, because conceptually we are building this layer approach, delegation of concerns for the transfer of value. One final thought, because we are coming to an end of our conversation, like 30 seconds each, on what excites you most of how this layer 2 and all the work you are doing will transform the space, will transform the crypto economies, Bitcoin, and the impact on the world. Maybe Ola, you can give us like your.
Sure. Yeah, I guess to answer the other thing, I think there is a layer 3 today. I would call that Lightning Pool, because it kind of like actually builds on something called a shadow chain, which is kind of like a batch processing system effectively. So you kind of already have that in production today. It depends on like how you define it, of course. But I guess the main thing I'm really excited about is kind of like, giving developers kind of like, better APIs to like, move money around, like you were saying, kind of like, do so in a way that's a little bit more, generally abstracted. Obviously, I kind of like the biggest thing, I think, with all this stuff in general, just kind of like how people can just like join it without like, signing up. They don't need to kind of like, give me information about themselves. They can basically start using all these APIs just as is right now. And just, overnight to continue to grow the space as right now. I think the biggest thing with all this stuff as well is obviously like, we get the more people to get onto these base systems. That's kind of one of the things I was talking about a little bit earlier. The layer 2 systems are allowed generally. So I think generally kind of like, just more developer activity as far as giving them more functionality, but then also just like, the ability to actually onboard more and more users onto Bitcoin and everything else in general.
So simplifying the life for developers so they can be more creative and take these tools to take Bitcoin and all these tools to a broader audience. So excellent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I feel like there's a lot of like pent up, or like you can say like untapped Bitcoin developer energy and or excitement, which I feel like like my main thing is like how can we unlock that basically? Because I just think about all these things right now that maybe aren't really possible, and or maybe people don't really have like the correct kind of like mental model to like think about like how to design these types of systems. That's like my main thing. It's like unleash them.
Sergio, your 20 seconds of reflection.
I've seen in especially in Latin America, I've seen the user adoption of wallets that have Bitcoin integrated with RSK, integrated with swaps between these two platforms, integrated with stable coins. And this is flourishing in front of my eyes. I mean, there was a huge change around this year. I think it's motivated because the enormous economic problems that are having some countries in Latin America, and this tendency is going to grow exponentially in the few years. So I think that the end user is going to be the one that pushes for faster and cheaper payments, faster and cheaper access to cryptocurrencies through stable coins. So these all components combined are going to be explosive in the next 1 or 2 years, especially in Latin America.
Two is enabling the conditions for mass adoption. Jordi, your 20, 30 seconds of.
Yes, we are doing this for the humanity. We want cryptocurrencies to be used by everybody in the world. I think this is a huge value for the people and for humanity. Scalability is, I would say, is one important piece. It's one of the missing pieces that we have. I think we are seeing the light right now in the layer 2. So this is something that it's going to be possible to scale. Let me remember that it's not the only one. We have also usability, security, and stability, as Sergio mentioned. But scalability is important, and this is our piece of value that we are adding to the space. But this is a trigger, because with the scalability, we can really go to each person of this world.
The layer 2 is enabling the path to mass adoption as well on the end user, and by solving the scaling problems that these technologies have. So your final thoughts, and with this we'll close the amazing panel we had.
Yeah, well, I think it's behooving on us to, as technologists, to find some good solutions here, because the users are coming whether the technology is ready or not, and the pragmatists will build things using custody. So, you have PayPal now, brings a lot of users potentially, but it's all custody Bitcoin. And, there are ETFs or ETF-like products which are also custodying a lot of Bitcoins. People actually have a database account in a share ledger in those cases. So we can do better, and with trade-offs, obviously. And I think, that there's a lot of development actually to be done, even within the existing layers, to build applications using them. So we've been quite pleased at Blockstream to see Liquid Federation members building new applications, swap tools and decentralized exchanges, all kinds of things using dependable Bitcoin-centric layer 2, so Liquid being an extension of the Bitcoin protocol. So, but for the future, I think that with more base layer extensibility, like simplicity in the future, it makes permissionless innovation faster, and it seems to me there's scope for more layer 2s with different focuses or different designs, and including some which we maybe haven't thought of yet, because there are relatively new ideas like state chains and so on. So maybe a new privacy centric layer 2 or a different scalability layer 2. So there are lots of potential in the future.
So I think, to summarize it, layer 2 is the present because it already is becoming a reality, is the future as well, is here to protect the values of what we have been building in the crypto space for many years, but also to enable this technology to take to the masses, protecting those values. So I think these efforts, this technology, it's amazing that it's happening, and thank you all for sharing your knowledge and your points of view today. So an amazing panel. Thank you, and keep enjoying LABITCONF.
Great, thanks, yeah.
It's a huge pleasure.
Great pleasure.
Are we off now? I guess so. Yeah. Okay, Sergio left already. I guess it's over. Oh, but like Adam, I see what you're saying. I didn't realize that like
Thank you, everyone who has been with us till now. Yes, I guess we're all expecting to see the video, the 3D video of James and Lob about how Bitcoin works. Yes, it's an introductory video, but a very beautiful, well-done representation of Bitcoin. So I hope you enjoy it. And before we go to the last presentation, we would like to say something to one of our friends. Yes?
Well, friend and co-founder of LABITCONF. So he's a long-term friend. Today is the birthday of Franco Amati. So, dear Francoa, we send you a big, big hug.
A very big hug from this team. We here, the ones that are behind.
Yes.
Thank you, Franco, for always being here, even if you're a bit cabrón, as I like to say. Thank you. Thank you for keep joining us and helping us in all what we are doing.
It was a wonderful ride, all these 8 LABITCONF, and we hope we have many more together.
Yes. So, don't go. Yes. Right now, we are closing with this video, and then we do a final close-up telling you what you expect for tomorrow, including Vitalik and other talks. So bear with us, stay with us just a few more minutes, and see you tomorrow eventually.
See you.
Hi, I'm Jameson Lopp, and I'm going to give you a crash course on some of the fundamental building blocks used to create cryptocurrencies. Let's begin at the beginning. What is Bitcoin? It's a system that automates the continual discovery of consensus amongst its participants. It's machine consensus that ultimately enforces human consensus. Bitcoin is designed to be peer-to-peer electronic cash that is more valuable than legacy systems because of the monetary autonomy it brings to its users via decentralization. Bitcoin seeks to address the root problem with conventional currency, which is all the trust that's required to make it work. Not that justified trust is a bad thing, but trust makes systems brittle, opaque, and costly to operate. Trust failures result in systemic collapses. Trust curation creates inequality and monopolies, and naturally arising trust choke points can be abused to deny people access to systems. Through the use of cryptographic proofs and decentralized networks, Bitcoin minimizes and replaces these trust costs. But how does Bitcoin minimize trust? It does it with the properties afforded to us by cryptography. With the available technology, there are fundamental trade-offs between scale and decentralization. If the system is too costly, then people will be forced to trust third parties rather than independently enforcing the system's rules. If the Bitcoin blockchain's resource usage relative to the available technology is too great, then Bitcoin loses its competitive advantages compared to legacy systems because validation will be too costly, thus forcing trust back into the legacy system. As such, efficient use of resources is important so that as many people as possible can afford to verify the state of the system independently. So what are some of the building blocks we use in Bitcoin? One of them is chains of cryptographic hashes. A hash function is a function that deterministically maps an arbitrarily large input space into a fixed output space. That's a pretty complicated description. So instead, I like to imagine a hash function as a fingerprinting machine. It takes an input, which is generally a bunch of characters, and returns a corresponding cryptographic fingerprint for that input, which is another string of characters. The first requirement of a cryptographic hash function is that it should be one way. That means that, given a hash, it should be computationally impossible to invert the hash function and compute its input. The second requirement is that a cryptographic hash function should have an avalanche effect. This means that if a single bit changes in the input, it should trigger an avalanche that jumbles the output bits. That is, two very similar inputs that differ by only one bit of information should have no discernible relationship between their output hashes. The last function that a cryptographic hash function needs is collision resistance. Hashes are used throughout the Bitcoin protocol. Every transaction has a unique hash that covers all of its details. When a transaction spends funds, it does so by referring to the hashes of previous transactions, thus creating a chain of hashes for spent outputs that covers every Satoshi that has ever existed. Also, every block has a hash that covers all of its details, including all of the transactions inside it. And quite importantly, the blockchain is a chain of blocks due to each block containing the hash of the previous block, thus making the previous block incorporated into the current block's hash. These chains of hashes give us an important attribute known as tamper evidence. By checking the integrity of a chain of hashes, we can be sure that no one has tampered with any of the historical data, as doing so would break the links in the hash chain. From the fundamental building block of hashes, we can then build something called a Merkle tree. Merkle trees are a kind of cryptographic accumulator, and accumulators allow you to compact many pieces of data into a constant amount of space. Merkle trees are also known as hash trees because they hash data upwards into a tree shape. How do you build a Merkle tree? Well, first you get all of your pieces of data that you want to represent. Then you hash each piece of data separately and line up all of the hashes in the order that you want. Then you gather those hashes into pairs. For each pair, you concatenate the two hashes and take the hash of that in order to create the parent hash. As such, the parent of this hash tree commits to both of its child hashes. You then line up all of the parent hashes you've created and repeat that process. And you continue repeating this process until only one parent hash remains. This is the root hash, and it's at the top of the Merkle tree, which commits to all of the hashes below it. Think about it. If there were some other way to produce this exact same root hash, then that would imply the existence of a hash collision, which should be impossible for a strong cryptographic hash function. Thus, the root of this hash tree, known as the Merkle root, must be a unique identifier for this exact tree. So how are Merkle trees used in Bitcoin? One of the operations that you can perform with a cryptographic accumulator is an inclusion proof. This is a small proof that decisively attests that an item exists in the accumulator. They are used extensively in Bitcoin light clients, also known as SPV, or Simple Payment Verification nodes. In Bitcoin, all the transactions that took place in the last block are bundled together and transmitted to everyone in the network. These blocks can become quite large since they can potentially have thousands of transactions. To save on bandwidth, Bitcoin has a clever trick. Instead of transmitting all of the transactions, you can instead transmit the 80-byte block header that includes a Merkle root of all of that block's transactions. A full node can then prove to a light client that a specific transaction was included in a block by providing the minimum number of nodes in the Merkle tree that follow the path down from the Merkle root to the leaf node for that specific transaction. The light client verifies that this chain of hashes is valid, thus proving that the transaction data does exist in that block. Soon, we'll also be using Merkle trees in redeem scripts with something called MAST, which stands for Merkleized Abstract Syntax Trees. So instead of just having a huge blob of a redeem script that has to be put onto the blockchain in order to describe all of the spending conditions for a given address, we can break it up into logical branches and then only reveal the minimum number of nodes in that Merkle tree to prove that the spending conditions being used are actually valid and are included in the overall set of possible spending conditions. This is great for both privacy and scalability, because we're able to withhold more information from the global network. Another common primitive used in Bitcoin is public key cryptography, and a crude but useful analogy is to think of your public key like a username. You can share it with anyone, and people can use it to identify you. Your private key, then, is kind of like your password. If it's leaked, it lets anyone impersonate you. In Bitcoin, your key pair is your identity. There is no other form of identity beyond these cryptographic keys. And at the same time, this also means that generating an identity is as easy as generating a new key pair. When you want to receive Bitcoin, you display an address that is created from your public key. When you want to spend that Bitcoin later, you use the corresponding private key to generate a cryptographic signature that proves that you are the owner of the public key to which the Bitcoin was sent. You might wonder, if a person is just their key pair, what's to stop you from generating someone else's keys and impersonating them, or stealing all of their Bitcoin? In order to have even a 50% likelihood of anyone colliding with someone else's Bitcoin key pair, you'd need 2 to the 128 keys registered before you're even likely to see a single collision in one of those public keys. To get a sense of scale of how large 2 to the 128th is, that's one key for every carbon atom in every human being that has ever existed. This is precisely what makes public key cryptography feasible as a form of identity. As long as you're generating keys correctly, the key space is so large that every single identity anyone generates is pretty much guaranteed to be unique. Cypherpunks were entranced by this idea. With public keys as identities, you could be identified not by your name or your email address, but by your public key. This, they believed, would make surveillance and censorship a thing of the past. It would also be impossible to create forgeries or frame someone, because if someone shared a message that was signed by your private key, there could be no doubt that it was authentic. These cryptographic data structures allow us to create a blockchain that is easily auditable and tamper-evident. But we need more than just tamper evidence. We also want it to be extremely difficult to rewrite history. This is where proof of work and the distribution of data in a peer-to-peer fashion come in. Proof of work once again uses hashes and the knowledge that finding a hash with specific properties, such as a certain number of leading zeros, can only be done by brute force and guessing many different possible inputs. By requiring a certain number of leading zeros for a block's hash, we achieve provable expenditure of computational and energy resources. Now we take all of these data structures used to build a blockchain and we put them onto a peer-to-peer network in which nodes gossip with each other about any new valid data they receive. When a node creates a new block or transaction, it asks all of its peers if they know about the hash of that block or transaction. If the peers don't, they request the data and then validate it independently. Upon successful validation, they repeat that process and ask all of their peers if they know about the data with that hash. This results in a globally flooding message system that is highly inefficient, but the trade-off is that it is highly robust. Nick Szabo stated it well by saying, "When we can secure the most important aspects of a financial network by computer science rather than by accountants, regulators, investigators, police, and lawyers, we go from a system that is manual, local, and of inconsistent security to one that is automated, global, and much more secure."
Well, I hope you enjoyed this third 3D video of our series of 6 videos. So wait and see the next 3 videos we have for you. 1 tomorrow and 2 more on Friday. You will really enjoy them. So I just wanted to introduce the next topic. Yes, it's out of schedule because we moved it from the middle to the end. It's a video, but it's in Spanish, so if you don't get Spanish, you can close now, but we will do a final closing after the video. And it's about the Latin American ecosystem. All the NGOs got together to promote Bitcoin in a decentralized, the decentralized blockchains instead of the private blockchains that are usually promoted by big companies. So this is the project. This is La Alianza Bitcoin. Welcome Alianza Bitcoin to LABITCONF.
Actualmente, somos nuevo fundador y representantes para México de la Alianza Blockchain. Nosotros decidimos integrarnos a la Alianza para expandir nuestra visión sobre lo que está ocurriendo en otros países y cómo estos miran a México en su travesía por el mundo de las criptotecnologías. Gracias a las actividades realizadas con la Alianza, ahora contamos con un mayor alcance y confianza hacia nuestra comunidad. Además de que podemos participar en eventos más globales y de haber incrementado nuestra red de contactos.
Mi nombre es Gabriela Melendres Alaro, soy fundadora del colectivo Bolivia Main Blockchain y cofundadora de la ASO Blockchain. Desde 2016 venimos realizando actividades académicas con relación a la cadena de bloques, difusión de información libre a todas las personas que quieran involucrarse en ello, por medio de talleres, charlas y seminarios en diferentes universidades, también actividades virtuales por medio de las tecnologías de información y comunicación, también conectando a emprendedores con relación a esta tecnología a nivel LATAM, también gracias al apoyo de diferentes entidades en Bolivia, ¿no? Formar parte de la alianza pues implica escalabilidad de todas las actividades ya mencionadas a otro nivel, ¿no? Porque todos estamos unidos pues con básicamente esta parte académica. Ya el poner a Bolivia en este ecosistema iberoamericano pues es todo un honor formar parte de ello porque nos abre muchas puertas, no solo en Bolivia sino que también en todo el ecosistema iberoamericano, ¿no? Y pues sin más, saludos desde Bolivia.
Hola, soy Mauricio Tobar, hago parte de la Fundación Blockchain Colombia, donde buscamos
principalmente 3 objetivos. 1, educación e información alrededor de temas de cripto y blockchain. 2, fortalecimiento de ecosistema, para lo que hemos apoyado eventos como la LABITCONF y el Blockchain Summit Latam aquí en Colombia, y donde también hacemos meetups permanentes. Y 3, todo lo que tiene que ver con apoyar a reguladores y al gobierno nacional en sacar pues, regulaciones que estén acordes a estas oportunidades, y hemos hecho críticas a proyectos de ley, hemos hecho análisis y hemos ayudado a hacer propuestas en proyectos de ley y también en política pública. Y con respecto a la alianza, sin duda es un gran espacio de colaboración donde aprendemos todos juntos, donde también nos trabajamos como equipo y hay respaldo. Por ejemplo, la alianza se pronuncia ante proyectos de ley en Colombia, y donde también, por ejemplo, hemos hecho el bloque de la alianza este año, un programa semanal todos los viernes donde se analizan los temas de actualidad en blockchain y cripto desde una mirada iberoamericana. Sin duda, una gran colaboración, informes, estado de Latinoamérica alrededor de blockchain, una gran cantidad de actividades que los invitamos a consultar y a unirse. Muchas gracias.
Me llamo Íñigo Molero y soy miembro de Blockchain España, una comunidad de las muchas que existen en España, y un poco nuestro objetivo es reunir o ser un punto de encuentro entre todas esas personas interesadas por las tecnologías abiertas y descentralizadas, por Bitcoin o por las posibilidades de la tecnología blockchain. Entre otras cosas, nosotros realizamos webinars, realizamos también meetups y hacemos informes y traducimos al español aquellos informes que nos parecen muy relevantes para la comunidad. Tenéis, por ejemplo, el libro de Satoshi, de Fit Campaign, a vuestra disposición y absolutamente gratuito. Para nosotros es un inmenso honor también ser parte de la Alianza Blockchain Iberoamericana, que creo que es un punto de unión maravilloso donde cada uno, desde nuestros diferentes países, podamos aportar, intercambiar conocimientos, compartir buenas prácticas, y creo que todo esto es que cada día que pasa está más asentado, y es un auténtico privilegio conocer a tantas personas y tener tantos amigos al otro lado del Atlántico. Un saludo.
Mi nombre es Rodolfo Andani, soy presidente de la ONG Bitcoin Argentina, que desde el año 2013 defiende y promueve la adopción y el ecosistema de tecnologías descentralizadas. Esto se realiza en un momento donde todavía la tecnología estaba muy mal vista y era necesario tener una voz formal que defendiera el potencial de la misma. Entre las acciones que hacemos incluye desde formaciones abiertas o cursos, se realizan algunos eventos como es descentralizar, se realizan también varios tipos de proyectos sociales, como puede ser el proyecto comedor, el proyecto de escuelas, un proyecto de identidad digital descentralizada para los barrios vulnerables, y también un programa de actualización a nivel país. Y la ONG se suma a este proyecto porque entiende que el mensaje que tiene para transmitir no es un mensaje para solo su país, sino para toda la región, y cree que trabajando en conjunto como región podemos tener más peso en nuestro mensaje. Por otro lado, existen varios proyectos de blockchains más centralizadas, y nosotros queremos tener también una mirada abierta sobre que son las blockchains públicas, y que esa voz también se escuche a niveles institucionales. Entre las actividades hemos colaborado en el desarrollo de varios informes. Estamos inclusive haciendo un informe sobre el ecosistema latinoamericano de empresas, crecimiento y evolución. Estamos participando de distintas conferencias, llevando el mensaje individual a cada uno de estos rincones del mundo. Y también hemos hecho comentarios activos sobre proyectos de ley o referencias sobre la GAF y otros, presentando un poco la mirada del ecosistema cripto que promueve un poco más la defensa y la privacidad del individuo, ¿no?
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Marcia Santos Verdugo, soy miembro cofundador de la comunidad Blockchain Mérida, localizada en la ciudad de Mérida, Yucatán. Iniciamos en octubre del 2018, hace 2 años precisamente. Nuestros comienzos fueron reuniones en cafés donde asistían alrededor de 30 a 50 personas, sobre todo porque estaban muy interesados en conocer acerca de la tecnología blockchain. Y nosotros seguimos apasionados en seguir compartiendo acerca de esa tecnología porque estamos convencidos de todo el potencial que pueden traer las tecnologías descentralizadas y de todo lo que pueden llegar a impactar en beneficio de la sociedad. Y hace un tiempo la comunidad Blockchain Mérida forma parte de la Alianza Iberoamericana y estamos convencidos que desde nuestro lugar podemos hacer algo para seguir impactando a la sociedad y para seguir haciendo crecer esta tecnología, para seguir logrando cambios. Les agradecemos por compartir este tiempo y les invitamos a sumarse. Muchísimas gracias.
¿Qué tal, asistentes de LABITCONF? Los saludos de amigo Isaac Rodríguez, fundador de la comunidad Bitcoin, cofundador de Blockchain Day, Blockchain Party y Festival Disruptivo Digital. Nuestra comunidad nace a finales del 2016, principios del 2017, como un contrapeso a todos esos esquemas piramidales que usaban o siguen usando a Bitcoin y blockchain como puerta de entrada para integrar incautos a este sistema o esta pirámide. A su vez, nosotros nos encargamos de diseminar la información y proveerle a las personas que buscan el conocimiento de Bitcoin y blockchain de una manera fácil y concreta para apoyarlos en esto, guiándolos e incluso integrándonos a hacer proyectos en conjunto con toda la comunidad. Hemos decidido desde hace ya un par de años integrarnos a la Alianza Iberoamericana de Blockchain porque compartimos la misma filosofía que es diseminar la información de Bitcoin y blockchain y hacerles ver a las personas sobre esta grandiosa tecnología y que se suban al barco. Nosotros aportamos desde Guadalajara, Jalisco, insights sobre este tema de lo que está ocurriendo en nuestro país relacionado al tema de Bitcoin y blockchain. Y a su vez podemos tener insights interesantes de todos los líderes que forman parte de esta alianza y de todo el mundo. Y sin más por el momento, solamente me queda decir Bitcoin Suramón. Saludos.
¿Qué tal amigos? Mi nombre es Jorge Galindo del equipo de AcuCrypt. Pues nosotros en AcuCrypt somos la Asociación Centroamericana de Usuarios de Criptomonedas y básicamente nuestro objetivo principal es educar. Pues lo que hemos querido venir a hacer es a educar a la gente, generar eventos, generar espacios de conversación en donde la gente conozca y vaya creando sus propias comunidades para poder ayudar a otros a entrar en este mundo de las criptos y entender cómo funciona la tecnología blockchain.
Hola comunidad, soy Luis Cordón, también conocido como Wi-Fi, uno de los miembros fundadores de AcuCrypt. AcuCrypt se une porque cree plenamente en lo que Alianza Blockchain está realizando por medio de promover y fomentar lo que son las tecnologías de bloque de una forma muy bien estructurada, muy ordenada y completa.
Run away! Run away! Yo estoy en esto de las criptomonedas para darle un mejor futuro a mi bebé. Creo firmemente que el futuro es cripto.
Pertenecer a Alianza Blockchain le ha brindado a la comunidad centroamericana la oportunidad de tener acceso a más información, a más enlaces, a más proyectos sobre blockchain y sobre Bitcoin, pero principalmente a hacer más amigos y hacer más comunidad productora. Muchas gracias, Alianza Blockchain.
Well, I love that the LABITCONF team can support these kind of projects that help other communities in Latin America. I think this is the concept of LABITCONF.
Yes, it's a spirit of collaboration we always have. No, we always invited other communities, other conferences. No.
Yes, I think that's one of the things we always be very to integrate others. No, we invited other conferences to join and stuff like that. Blockchain Latam Summit, even they are supporting, and we work together in this project, and they are a very great conference also in the space in Latin America. The guys from Blockmaster also in Brazil, yes, we are also very supportive. They've helped us and we help them also with other projects. The guys from Talentland. So we're try always to integrate and bring value to everyone.
We are trying to colonize new spaces. That's why we are flying to the moon.
All together. Yeah.
So in that sense, it's we need to
do it together.
Exactly.
Together with
work
everyone.
together to build it.
So we're getting to the end. This is the third day of LABITCONF. Tomorrow we have a very, 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 very special day for all the LABITCONF team. Yes.
Yes.
It's the first time we always been very Bitcoin focused. Yes. Very
true.
Like Bitcoin maximalist conference. Yes.
We are more, yeah. I would say maximalist on the monetary aspects.
Yeah, absolutely.
But very open because we have invited other protocols in the past.
Yes, we had Cardano, we had the grid, we had...
Exactly. So conceptually, I think our maximalism goes on the monetary aspects of Bitcoin, not on the technology. We think decentralization is what we need to push for, and that's why we think collaboration is so important, because we are changing the fabric of society by using these tools to empower individuals, to remove intermediaries that are not serving society.
Absolutely.
And technology is a tool for that, no?
Absolutely. In the sense of the technology, we think that we don't know even which is the winner. Actually, it's like a big road we are all driving together. So we invited, and this is why we are very excited, we invited Vitalik Buterin. Yes, I must say we've been trying to invite him the last 3 years eventually.
Yes.
And finally he decided to join us. So tomorrow we will have his first talk, yes, 25-minute talk about something that he just launched. No? So the
Ethereum 2, yeah, the Ethereum
yeah.
2.0 activation that just recently happened. So he will be announcing something that is huge worldwide. I think it's like
and I think it's the first public talk he gives
after the launch, after the activation of
so it's very
Ethereum
important.
2.0.
We're very happy to have him here. This will be streamed in Spanish, I mean in English, with translation in Spanish for everyone. So both tracks will be able to see it. And right after that, those who stay in the English track will be able to also have this interview done by Andreas Antonopoulos.
So that will be, I would say, two of the most, well-known and key speakers or reference people in the crypto space at LABITCONF, sharing their knowledge, sharing their vision. So I think, you must be there. It will be very, very valuable.
I think it's very unique.
Very unique.
I think it did not happen yet, having someone like Andreas interviewing someone like Vitalik. I know that both are excited about this, so I'm glad to be able to do this in LABITCONF.
And I think the reason why people support LABITCONF is because they know it's a community-driven effort, and that we do this to non-for-profit, and we do this for the community, for the Latin American community, to reach, to the best people, the more knowledgeable people in the ecosystem. So we also thank them because they connect with our purpose and they help us.
Whenever Adam says okay, and whenever Eric and all the speakers, all the ones who've been here these days, I mean, it's not for us. It's where we believe that we are helping drive attention to Latin America, and Latin America taking Latin America to these huge minds in the space. No? So we're very glad for this. Stay with us for tomorrow, and before we end, we have a special treat for
Franco,
please.
Our co-founder of LABITCONF.
Yes.
Today is his birthday,
Pero no se prendió.
we will sing the happy birthday for him.
Yes.
Live.
You can join whoever.
Everybody
Diana,
that wants to join, Cami, please.
Cami, Dai.
Dear Franco.
Dear Franco. I don't even know if he's watching, but we guess.
Yes, well, it will be recorded for posterity. So
we have it here, but it's not.
Hey,
mira, Franco.
Francoa.
Bueno,
so let's start. So,
1, 2, 3.
Que los cumpla feliz, que los cumpla feliz, que los cumplas Franquito, que los cumplas feliz.
Happy
birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday Franquito, happy birthday to you.
Bueno, that's it. We see you tomorrow, 1 o'clock Argentinian time. 4th day, a new 3D video, Vitalik Buterin, Andreas Antonopoulos. I don't know what else to offer, but please join us tomorrow. No. Join us tomorrow. We are having fun. You will have fun with us together again, and that's it.
See you tomorrow. Enjoy.